We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are.
I need you again, so stick around. So stick around.
world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. With that, all eyes on us. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are.
Yo, what's happening? What's happening? Happy Sunday. How y'all doing? Let's see here. Let's get turned down a little bit more. I know I'm going to have to keep it on for this live stream, but we got, we got to pull this live stream up or whatever here real quick. So hold on one second. You like my little roach? It's this 1-900 get bent. I love it. How y'all doing though? Happy Sunday. How's everybody doing? Y'all having a good day today? I know I am. Here's the StreamYard link. Let me pin this bad boy. Okay, there we go. So we're going to go over the little interview here. Well, it wasn't even an interview, I would say. It was just like Tony coming up on the panel on Brittany J's stream. So we're going to go over that. Check it out. Chit chat. What's up, B-Thud? What you doing, man?
What's up? What's up? You're going through the how Tony Mathis told completely the truth and wasn't bullshitting and lying.
Yeah, he actually admits that he sent $50 to Andra for a steak dinner after she chased the Bowerstocks down. Terry.
Yeah, I saw that Brittany missed the question of that Cash App that said beat up the Bowerstocks. She didn't ask that question.
Yeah, Cher asked quite a few questions though. I was listening to some of it, trying to, you know what I mean, like.
Yeah, I mean, obviously she's not, we're not too friendly around here, but she was the only one that actually probably asked a couple of pointed questions out of the bunch. All of them were kind of like, whatever you say is true, sir. Just let it's just all bullshit. The guy lied multiple times. You'll go through it. But it's just so much lies. So many lies, I can't even think about it.
Yeah, you could tell he was trying to impress. Like, he was up there specifically to, you know what I'm saying, to combat rumors and shit. Like, he was up there to fix it.
Yeah, I don't think he fixed it. I think he sounded like
a little worse.
Yeah.
I mean, sounds to me like he made it a little bit worse, but
yeah,
I haven't even got through half the interview. I mean, I've only got through about 10 minutes of it, so
I watched a lot of it. The guy tries to blame to summarize it, blame everyone else.
Go ahead, let's summarize it. I'm gonna say we're about to watch it, so
yeah, but I'll just summarize it just quickly. Blame everyone else. Everyone else's fault. I am innocent. I don't know nothing, and that's the end. I found one thing, that's pretty much it. I found one thing interesting though. He mentioned how he has a current litigation for a civil/criminal case, and he mentioned $2,500 that it costs to get a lawyer. And I said to myself, "Whoa, wait a minute! Didn't I hear that from another lady that said she borrowed $2,500 to get a lawyer?"
Yeah, she actually said somebody paid $2,500 for her lawyer, and she was trying to get the money back. But there's still, to this day, is no fucking lawyer listed on her stuff. So, what's up, Voices? How you doing?
I made it.
Can you hear me? Say
Yep,
where
I
was
made
what do you mean you made it? Where you been? What's up?
Oh, I was bad today.
No,
That was really bad.
you have a bad day today?
I may or may not be allowed to go back to a fast food establishment that sells nuggets.
So you went to the bathroom and it had a very bad ending there? Okay.
No, I might have thrown the food back at him.
What happened? What do you mean?
I got the wrong food 3 fucking times.
Yeah,
They fucked your food up 3 times?
I got the wrong order 3 fucking times.
Oh, Jesus.
On the 4th time when I said, "What the fuck? You can't count to 6? You keep putting, it says 6 nuggets. There's 4. And then a line cook came out and said, "Well, since she's so particular about her nuggets, here's a 10-piece. I'll pay for it." I grabbed the nuggets and threw them at him. Yeah, I'm a bitch in real life, too.
Damn. So they kick you out of McDonald's, or where was it at? Is that McDonald's, or where was it?
Well, I got told that I had to behave or I was going to be asked to leave.
There's certain things you don't admit, self-stitching and stuff like that.
I don't give a fuck, Tim. I really don't give a fuck. I'm the same asshole in real life as I am on the internet. I'm the same asshole.
If we hear sirens, we know who's that for.
Dude, it happened hours ago. If they were going to do that, it would have. I live 4 blocks from McDonald's, for God's sakes. They would have been here hours ago.
All right. So I guess we'll get to it when we get to it. I think right.
Give me just a minute here. I'll get on there just a second.
Did you listen to it?
Go ahead.
You go.
Aussie Trisha gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. IPW Stage 3 Survivor gifted 5 memberships. And if y'all got one, please give them a shout out. I appreciate that. Thank you guys for showing love to the Hive.
Did you voices see it? The Brittany J, what happened with Mr. Tony Mathis jumping up?
Oh my God. It was the most, I'm 50-50 at this point. I need help deciding if that was a setup so that it could, it was the best choreographed stage performance that I've ever seen. I believe that was all done for exactly what was the purpose, to muddy waters.
Huh. So there was a lot of shit in there, huh?
There was a lot of shit in there.
There's a lot of bullshit in there. I mean, a lot of bullshit. That guy lied more times than I can imagine. Tony Mathis covered his ass. No, it was an overlay. That wasn't my peen. That was the overlay. And he tried to make it sound like he would and they asked him, "Oh, are you going to sue anyone?" And he says, "Oh, well, the cost and the litigation." I'm like, "Sir, I don't think you want to sue anyone for that, since there's multiple streams of content creators that watched it live. Dolly Vision watched it live and reacted. He might not have shown it, but his reaction basically said it. Critters watched it live. You can actually see her typing in the chat, and then it suddenly pops off. JLR's crew saw it live. Everyone saw it live. It wasn't fucking just on some overlay. Stop fucking lying." And then you basically said you were trying to say, I'll disprove that that misinformation, that overlay. I showed an unedited version of that live stream, but I actually played another live stream to disprove it, and then put with completely different people and a different subject. That proved that wasn't my peen. I mean, I swear to God, if that motherfucker tries to sue anyone, let me ask you guys, if he tries to sue anyone and say that that's not his peen, possibly his peen, You can watch the Epstein depositions, and that one of the questions that were asked of Mr. Epstein was, "Hey, what was the girth of your peen? What was your length of the peen?" I don't think that was something you want in a deposition, Mr. Tony Mathis. Just saying. Just a thought. Just a thought, Mr. Tony Mathis. I get it. You're denying it. We're all going to deny it. I would deny it today I died. I would be like, it was my car keys. It was a cucumber. It was a pickle. It was whatever. But I mean, on hot dog, I was having Nathan's. I was really hungry that night, and I had some Nathan's, and I dropped it like in front of the screen. Whatever, man. I would lie. I fully, my thumb. I fully understand why you would lie. It's a humiliating thing to go to the bathroom, and then suddenly that should happen. I get it. That's my opinion of the whole thing. But in the end of the day, we're not all fucking stupid. Please, I mean, like, don't act like we're the ones that did something wrong here. We didn't do anything. You did it, sir. You did it.
Okay, so enough time has passed, in my opinion, and there's been enough different little sections of the community that are, I mean, there's a lot of people that are following all the way through and going to each chat, but each chat also has its core group of people, right? So I believe that what happened last night was a way to muddy the waters so that now there can be a minor rewriting of history, and he can fix and write out his participation in some of it. But I also believe that others have messages that show the opposite. But that's where I stand on it right now what I've watched.
Well, I find it interesting that you have Brittany J, Sherry, you have Justin. They all watch the same live streams. I mean, like,
Right.
It just shows you that these people are like cowardly, that they can't even confront the guy on, like, listen, son. I mean, I'm stupid, but I'm not that stupid. I was born at night, but not last night. Can you please stop with the bullshit with the overlay? We all know what fucking overlays work, how they work, sir. We all know how editing works, and we see multiple people. And Dolly Vision tried to jump up and confront him, and he was too cowardly to let that stream down and let Dolly Vision jump up because he knew what Dolly Vision's question was going to be. It was going to be about the peen. 100% it was probably going to be about the peen. And some other things, probably. But I think that would probably be one of the questions he was going to ask.
Michelle, you're up here with us.
Hi, thank you.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Tim, did you see me? I was trying to get up on that panel so hard last night, but aside from those original ones, she wouldn't let anybody else up, even though when she started, she said, "Who wants to come up?" And then Tony came, and then everything was changed. So I don't know. It was wild. It was wild.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild that they clearly watched all the live streams. We're not blind. We clearly watched them. They watched them. I think they just didn't want to go into that subject, and they were like, whatever you say, Mr. Tony Mathis, as long as you're on this panel and you're allowing us to get some numbers, we'll let you say any crock bullshit you can on this panel. Hey,
Yep, I was losing my mind in the chat. Actually, I have a headache today.
And the craziest line was like, I guess the problem is when you're presumed guilty and you have to prove you're innocent. Motherfucker, you've been trying to go at Katie stating that she was guilty the entire time, that she had to prove her innocence. Shut the fuck up, you piece of shit, garbage human being, trash bag, fucking human being. Anyway, I'm sorry I'm talking a lot. I'm just waiting if Queen is ready.
It was disappointing for sure. And then what he has a part where he talks about he had to go to the bathroom, and he talks about putting his phone down before he goes to the bathroom, and they all laugh at it, and I'm over there just, oh my god, what? Because he was making a joke about the peen thing, like it was bad. It was bad.
Yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you go. I'm sorry.
Oh, and then the fact that they barely talked about Sebastian, I was losing my mind.
Yeah, I get it. But anyway, I just don't get it, man. I don't know why, like, Brittany's going in. She's about to explain how this is, like, dead to rights. These text messages exist. And the guy's like, first he's like, I can't see. I'm blind. I need my glasses. Those are too small. I can't read them. You'll hear it. It's such crock of shit, this guy. It's just a fucking crock of shit. This Tony Mathis is so full of shit. It's unbelievable. He said JLR was full of shit. This guy is the guy that's full of shit all the time. I couldn't believe it. Literally evidence pointed at his face. I didn't do it. It was other people that did it. Anyway, I'll keep quiet. But let the audience decide if I'm overreacting if you want. I'll keep quiet.
All right, Tate. We'll go ahead and just start it off here. This is when he first comes on panel, so I just kind of blew through all this bullshit because I don't really care about all this other shit. So
right now, that's tied to a criminal suit.
Let's go
They
back
dislike
to
the person.
here.
Oh, picture off with him. Okay, coming up.
No problem.
Okay, so are you aware of everything that's the screenshots and all of these allegations that have been made? Have you heard about it?
Brittany, I got to be honest with you. When I saw your live pop up, I had no clue what you were talking about. But I can tell you that I can answer a few questions for you.
Okay.
The lady that said that I said there was an engagement letter signed on Pascal. There's going to be a lot of things that are just completely not true, but that's the first one.
Okay.
And there are receipts to that. You can go back and watch Pascal's show. I simply said that Pascal is the one that introduced us. There's never been an engagement letter signed. I'm free to quit donating my time and money anytime that I see fit, and Seth is free to get rid of me anytime he sees fit. It's a volunteer job.
No, he said he was
and
under
there's no
contract.
money or contracts that have ever changed hands.
Okay.
He said he was under contract with Seth to be the spokesman.
Well, he just said he wasn't right here. So which lie is it?
Okay, we're gonna need that meme. Another one. You're gonna be like doing that meme like 55 times, Queen, at least until for the next 20 minutes, because this guy lies more than the truth. He might as well be called the Prince of Darkness because of how much fucking lies this guy says. So another one.
As far as trying to take content creators' channels down, Brittany, I can tell you in the last 2 weeks, I don't know when somebody supposedly said this happened, but in the last 2 weeks, we've put 7 billboards up, done 3 interviews, and planned a vigil. And the last thing on my mind is content creators right now. So
Okay.
I don't know where that came from. It's not true. I have a civil suit right now that's tied to a criminal suit pending against a content creator, but it's not even on this platform.
Okay, because so I just want to tell you so you know, because and I do want to be fair and say this, Tony. I have, from the moment I started the live, I said I don't know. I want to ask questions because we have supported Seth. I still support Seth. I don't think, I think Seth is the one that has been trying to find his son. I've seen him out here pleading with the public. So, I'm not coming at this from a nefarious standpoint. It's just really concerning when you see things like that. But what they're alleging is there was someone in a group with you who has taken screenshots of some group you were in and shared them with another content creator. And in these screenshots, it's basically they're accusing you of paying Bullhorn Betty to follow the Bower Sox. They're saying.
So let me give you a little background. We were in a Facebook group. See if I can get a light on in here. I'm sorry it's so dark. I'm sitting in here watching a football game.
I just appreciate you coming on to clear it up for us. You didn't have to do that, so I appreciate it.
Did he say he came up here? He has not seen these pictures yet.
Yeah,
because I do think that's a little shady. Like I'm no fan of Tony. Sorry, Tony, but I do think that could be easily manipulated. Like, why would Tony go on Facebook and send pictures like that? Like, obviously, it'd go back to him. So I'll give him that.
So let me, and I appreciate.
Well, I'm glad Cher said that. I mean, I don't,
Well, does he have receipts of the 7 billboards? Like, they were mad when other people in the community did billboards and sent cease and desist to some of those people.
Voices, you know the answer to that.
Well, they wanted to know when Clue did her billboards. They wanted to know where they were. They wanted to know, they wanted to know all that. So they wanted to show proof. They wanted to see proof. They wanted address of where they were, all that shit. So why is it any different that they're asking for it?
Yeah, I'm going to say another one. Multiple lies going on here, in my opinion. I need to see these receipts. I need to see these billboards. I need to see all this stuff going on. And you know what? He's deflecting. He's doing a redirect. He's not answering the motherfucking question. Were you going on with like group chats to try to take down content creators? And then he's like, I got 7 billboards and I've been so busy over here. I never had a chance to ever go into a group chat with Delta and discuss about going after JLR and then all these other people. I'm innocent. I'm actually watching a football game in complete darkness and in my living room in about 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock at night. So I have no idea what's going on. What's my name? I forgot it. I'm sorry. Who am I? did I log into, where am I? My name's Tony Mathis. That's just my opinion on that. So anyway.
Appreciate that. So we were in a Facebook group of a bunch of TikTokers that supported Seth that I created a group with. We had 2 or 3 ladies that were in that group that left the group. Them and the other girls had a falling out. As you guys know, I seem to somehow get the blame for everything. So when they left, they took a lot of that frustration out on me. And there was 5 or 6 subgroups that these girls created that I was not in. And what created the falling out is a couple of these girls went and they chased down a content creator's mom in her hometown and connected with her mom. And they did a bunch of really wild things that I did not know about because it was all going on in a group that I was not in. And they told me that was for my protection. But yet when it all blew up, somehow they blamed me, which is fine. I mean, as a spokesperson, you get blamed for a lot of things. But
I'm going to go ahead and call bullshit right now because there's some of them girls that I've been talking to via email that are scared to even speak up.
Yeah, he's full of shit. And it's always someone else. It's always someone else. It's not him. This motherfucker never takes accountability. He never says, yeah, I got pissed off. Because the truth of the matter is this man's ego is as big as the fucking moon. He got pissed off. He got angry at JLR. He got angry at certain content creators making fun of him. And he says, let me do a character assassinations. Now, we're from the drama. This is drama a little bit. You got people from the drama community. You got people. Character assassination is literally what happens on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. That's like the go-to. So when I see that, I'm like, yeah, the amateur is coming into the arena. He's doing the normal character assassination because what is being said is hitting true. Because he can't figure out another way to fight it. He can't fight the accusations with truth and logic, so he goes for the character assassinations. Oh, these people had a criminal past. They're terrible people. Never listen to them. Oh, they're making so much money on YouTube. You shouldn't listen to them. Listen to me, Tony Mathis. Like bull fucking shit. Man, in my opinion, I seen those texts. You were fucking playing around with those texts to do character assassinations against people that were going against you. And that's what the texts show. And now you're trying to claim that these people were actually going after another YouTuber. You had no idea who they were going after. And you just completely innocent. No idea. I was just too busy watching football at 1 a.m.
But he's their spokesman. So, and he references that he's their spokesman. That's where I get confused.
Yeah, it's called taking responsibilities. If you're a spokesperson for a group, you usually should take a little responsibility. But to him, he's like deaf, blind, and stupid. Okay? He has no clue what he's talking about. He's standing there in oblivion, pretending that we're all idiots and think that he has no clue what's going on. I believe Mr. Tony Mathis had a very good clue of what was going on. I believe he engaged in group chats to do character assassinations because he just did not like the criticism that was coming his way. It was okay when he was doing the criticism. It was okay when he was accusing someone of being a murderer. But when that shit started turning, like the tables always turn, he decided because his ego got hurt, because his little ego got a little hurt, he decided to go after people personally. And now he's trying to lie and deflect. And even when text messages are being shown to him, he's going to be like, I have no idea. That's not me.
Well, see, Timmy Taylor says essentially a troll sent a bunch of fake screenshots out and y'all ran with the end of. No, he admitted to it. Timmy Taylor, obviously this is a troll account and you're wanting to come troll because you can't use your name. That's okay. I'm going to let you go ahead and troll with it. But pay attention though, okay?
If it's a troll, why did, in the conversation he was going after JLR,
well, he already admitted that he sent those messages. He give him about 10 minutes and he'll start talking about how he admitted he sent $50 for the steak and he tells it all. These are all fucking, come on now.
Also, he changed he deleted all the videos of Caleb.
I mean, it happens anytime somebody gets into a fight. Look at the fucking, you know what I'm saying, the snake shit that fucking happens over here. Come on now. Happens over there just like it happens over here. Just like TikTok. I mean, it's the same shit as fucking YouTube is the same as, you know what I mean? TikTok is the same as Instagram. When you get into a fight with somebody, you know what I'm saying, the first thing they do is put your messages out. Like, come on now.
Yeah, and I'm just saying that you could see that the Caleb Twitter was all deleted, like all the videos there for Caleb. And what was it? JLR exposed videos. So tell me, and that was controlled by him. So you're telling me that he only did that, but he didn't have a group chat with people to get the information to put it on that channel? Are you out of your fucking mind? You think we're stupid? How did you get the information? You just telepathy? You just decided,
Right,
hey,
are we ready?
I'm sorry, I talked too much.
I can just tell you now that regarding Bullhorn Betty, Betty went down when she went down on that trip. She had been hanging flyers all day. She had lunch.
Oh, right here. Matter of fact,
she had helped him.
Right here. He's going to tell you. He did send those text messages. He did send that $50. He admits to it right fucking here.
Set up his YouTube account. And then on top of that, she'd been stalked by Terry. He got her pulled over, and then they had their little altercation. And I knew that she said on her live that she was getting ready to go have a steak. So I bought the woman a steak. And it was because of all she had done for Sebastian and Seth that day. And it was due to what she had experienced with Mr. Bowersox. And I sent her $50 to buy her steak, and that's the extent of it. And in the memo on my Venmo, it says, enjoy a steak or get yourself a steak or something to that effect. So that shows you how things.
Something like enjoy the steak after you just went after Bowersox or beating up Bowersox or something like that. Yeah, that one. That's the one we're talking about.
Things get spun out of control. I'm a person that lives in Oklahoma. We back the Blues strongly. I don't do things that break the law.
Would you be willing to share and be transparent with your Venmo and Cash App and stuff, at least towards, I don't know if you know her name's not Betty, it's Andra. But
it's Andrew Griffin. But
so
yeah,
would you do that?
I certainly would.
That'd be appreciated.
I don't know. Let's see here. Let me see. I don't want to.
But you don't got to do it tonight. I was just wondering, would you be open to doing that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not gonna pay somebody to stalk somebody because that's not what she was there doing. I mean, if you watch the live, she's a close friend of mine, and whether you like her or not, she's very close to Seth and I, and she was not there to stalk anybody. She got in an altercation with Terry after she noticed that Terry was following her and taking a picture of her license plate. You can clearly see it. She saw him in her rearview mirror. But I'll share a Venmo. I mean, I have receipts for my claims. The sad thing is that people don't have to prove guilt. It seems that we are always having to prove innocence. Regarding Caleb Harris.
Stop it. Stop it.
I had an administrator of our Facebook group that sent me a picture and a video that I did not care to see. I was not involved in the case anymore. And I can assure you that I sent that to nobody. And I had many people ask me for it. And I told them that Randy was a coworker and a friend of mine, and there was no way in hell I was going to be sharing that information. And quite frankly, when it was sent to me, they didn't even know if it was him at that point. So, that didn't happen either. I mean, and Brittany, the only thing I will say, and I have no, you can have my cell phone number. I gave it to Josh the lab the other day, and we had a great conversation. If you ever want to ask me a question, I would much rather make myself available than to be tagged and have a video with that kind of a title on it, because I'm not hard to get a hold of. I'm glad to talk to you at any time.
Right.
It is a little disenchanting, to hear you just make up your mind that I'm an asshole when we've never even had a conversation.
I don't think that's fair. No. She's just questioning it. I don't think that's She's just questioning it. No. She's honestly.
See, Cher's trying to ask, but they're not getting anywhere.
This hypocritical motherfucker. Fuck you, Tony Mathis. You motherfucker. You gotta prove your innocence. What the fuck are you doing to Katie and Chris, you fucking piece of shit? You're literally doing the same. You're doing that to them. Katie's got to prove her innocence. Like, what the fuck? She hasn't even been arrested yet, and you guys are doing that same thing. You're supporting a piece of shit that's harassing her and punishing her before she was even arrested. Are you out of your fucking mind, Tony? You piece of shit. I swear to God, this guy is such a sniveling little rat. I swear to God, he's a rat. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Honestly, privately, for me being too hard on you and Seth privately, like this is not fun for her to do tonight, Tony. I'll tell you that.
When you were talking about Brittany here, you were talking about someone who has put her butt on the line. She has had faith in Seth. She has been there 100%, and she's not done anything questionable. So that doesn't work.
I get that. But Brittany, am I incorrect here? Was it you that said I think Tony's an asshole, or was it somebody else?
I may have said that.
I said that. I said you're a liar and you're an asshole. I said that for sure.
Okay. Well, my apologies. And I thought it was you that said it, Brittany.
No, I did say that I want to be able to ask questions because I don't blindly follow anybody, because
that's fair. That's fair.
Honestly, Tony, there have been some horrible things that have come out, and if it is things that you are innocent of, Seth is innocent of, it's horrible. And I will say I'm sorry if you have been falsely accused of these things.
They have attacked my wife, who's got nothing to do with any of this. They've sent emails to my work, they've sent emails to my family, content creators, and it's one that's doing it. We finally snatched his IP address when he sent an email. Believe it or not, the same person was sending emails to the pet rescue that we're donating money to, and he got a little bit careless, and one of the IP addresses got captured. But we've been through it. The pictures you're talking about on TikTok.
Stop! Stop!
Did you just hear that? They're snatching IP addresses
from the pet rescue. From the pet rescue, the way the donations are going. What the fuck? And they all just like, well, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. What?
So, hold on. There's tracking people's IP addresses.
He just that up like 15, 20 seconds.
Yeah, he just said it.
He says we were able to snatch an IP address
from a troll and from the pet rescue place where they're going to do the donations for right now. Oh my God. Wow. Okay. Let's back it up, Terry. Back it up. I'll keep quiet. You can listen.
To my family, content creators, and it's one guy. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Completely.
That if you have been falsely accused of these things.
They have attacked my wife, who's got nothing to do with any of this. They've sent emails to my work, they've sent emails to my family, content creators, and it's one that's doing it. We finally snatched his IP address when he sent an email. Believe it or not, the same person was sending emails to the pet rescue that we're donating money to, and he got a little bit careless, and one of the IP.
Did you just hear that, Queen?
Yep.
What? And they all just was like, oh, that's normal. What? I'm like, what?
Well, the flip side of that is that Tony's stating that there's a YouTube creator that's sending emails to his wife, his work, all the pet rescue, all of that. I mean, so that is a form of harassment, even though Tony is not doing Seth any favors. People don't also have a right to pick and harass at him, right?
Hold on, I have a question. What is this Timmy Taylor talking about? Seth talking dirty. What is that? What is this? Says the girl that y'all claimed Seth was talking dirty to at a dinner, the boyfriend came on and said it was absolute bullshit, that Seth never said that. But you guys, who put it out there? What the fuck are you talking about?
Remember that text we were reading about the inappropriate thing about the sandwich, like the hamburger and the straw situation? Remember that, Queen?
When he said that supposedly Seth was being fucking nasty about sucking on a straw or something, or I'll give you thing.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't see where that motherfucker's talking about that person jumped up on panel. Can you actually show us and direct us, Timmy? Or are you just going to fucking derail this? Are you fucking Taco or whatever the fuck that idiot working for Seth? Because I feel like someone's trying to derail this live stream with their fucking bullshit.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they probably are, but
yeah, I'm just saying, like, this is all fucking like derailment. To fucking save the fact that this motherfucker is tracking down people's IP address to a third-party charity that people are donating money to. So anyone that's donating money to this charity or going to this website, your IP is being snatched by Tony Mathis.
Oh, and the Timmy Taylor, the Jaden account, BJ's wasn't even vetted. And I talked to Karen, Jaden's mom, so I can find out if it's 100% sure or not. But you need to come on back here. I'm going to go ahead and ban your ass. You come on back under your account, okay? All right, here we go.
IP addresses got captured. But, we've been through it. The pictures you're talking about on TikTok, that did not happen either. What nobody talks about is I went back and replayed the live. I showed a recording of me going into my TikTok lives, pulling the video up from the night before. They said it happened at the 13-minute mark. I was with my best friend, who's a 60-year-old stage 4 cancer patient, fishing in Minnesota when I did.
Okay, now why are we bringing that up? What the
Yeah,
fuck?
because he's rambling, because he's lying. Because I remember watching that live stream. That live stream basically was a situation where he had his phone up shakily, pointing to his laptop, and then it was playing another live that wasn't the live where the peen was shown, with different people on panel while it was blurred out. And that was his big proof that somehow he disproved the peen situation. It was complete bullshit. I was like, let me watch this. Let me see if he actually shows it. And it was complete bullshit. See,
Hey, Brittany, how are you, honey? I know you got something to say. What's up?
Hey,
Hey, baby.
I'm not gonna try to take up the whole live, but
I
yeah,
know, but it's
you know,
what's
I
up,
had
baby?
to say something. First of all, head co-host or head host over there, Brittany J, she's gonna act like the victim and cry and boo-hoo and snot. I can't stand her. And this is all a game. This is a game for every single one of them. They don't give a shit about anybody. They never will. This is who can make the most money. That's all it is. And they don't care about anybody. They just care about themselves. Point blank. But she's gonna come across, if she watches your live, get ready for it, Queen. She's gonna come across and say, "Oh, Queen Bee was mad at me. Oh, she's mean." Get ready. She's gonna play the victim because that's all she ever does.
okay, I'm going to initially say, I am not mad at you, Brittany Jen. I just think you should have asked him more very, very critical questions that should have been asked. But I am not mad at you. My anger is not directed towards you. It is directed towards the piece of shit on your panel known as Tony Mathis. Just to make that clear. For me.
Brittany J, I personally don't like you, so I don't care if you get all mad at me. But I'm not going to disrespect Queen, so if you come over here all mad, I'm not going to get in a screaming match because I respect Queen. So, B. Tim has his opinion. I don't really like you. I don't respect any of the people on your panel, yourself included. But I definitely don't respect the dude that showed his little wee-wee on your panel either. That's all I had to say.
Yeah, in my opinion, it looked like a weenie. That's for me. It looks like a weenie to me. That shape, that video. Anyway, I'll keep quiet for you. Okay.
But that's all I had to say. I'll go sit back on my hands now and behave. I just had to say that one little part.
Alrighty, well, thank you for coming up. I appreciate that, baby.
All right, thank you for letting me say it.
You're welcome, honey. Have a good day.
Bye.
Bye.
Did that live that they put that overlay on. It's the same person that sent the emails to my work and to this poor lady at this pet rescue, who also sent emails to Joe Petito. So they said it happened at the 13-minute mark. I went back and played pretty much the entire live so that people could see the real live unedited. And of course, there was nothing there. I was in my pajamas sitting in the hotel lobby when I did the live, and my phone was face down on a table. But, you know, you just get tired of defending yourself against this craziness because it never ends.
Well, apparently I did call you an asshole, so for that I apologize.
Well, I thought I saw your box light up, but you know.
That's right. You know what though? I have to tell you this, and I'm probably gonna get some shit for it. But
Who cares?
people don't like me anyway. It's the fact that you come up here and you're willing to have a discussion with us.
That's true. He walked right in, straight up into the lion's den.
That you got my respect for that. Yes, I told Justin to get his butt up here.
Tony, when stuff like that happens, sorry, Justin, when stuff like this happens, do you turn that over to the law at all?
So, you know, in the court of law, I mean, I was a federal process server for a lot of years, and I worked with, you know, attorneys for day in and day out.
So now he was a federal process server. So he must be giving Bets the advice, huh? Not to accept it or something. I mean, what is that? Is he the one saying, you ain't got to accept it? I wonder. Just
for a year. Yeah, for a year. But listen to more. It's going to be interesting, quick. Listen intently.
Quite a while. And, you know, you have to have legal standing when you turn things over. And even defamation cases, you know, you can go give an attorney a $2,500 retainer. And if you win, if you can't show measurable damages, you're going to win the case and you're going to get $1. And so it gets to a point where you realize that most of the people attacking aren't doing anything to help my client.
Hold on, you know what? Rain Dancer said, I thought Tony Mathis called the FBI about someone hacking his TikTok. Didn't he say he was calling the FBI? I'm pretty fucking sure he did.
He stated that he was calling the FBI and sent the video of the ping video to the FBI, and Delta was going to do
first
the
I was to say he
investigation.
sent it to Delta first.
Sent it to Delta, and Delta was going to handle it with the FBI or something like that. Also, notice that he said $2,500. That's a Freudian slip. Like,
Yeah.
that's very interesting. $2,500. That's a precise number. Sounds like a lady that said she got a loan for $2,500 from a friend. He calls her a friend, and then suddenly, like, she really needs to raise money to pay him back, or her back, or whoever. But I found that very interesting, that $2,500 mention. And by the way, it takes a lot more than $2,500 for a civil lawsuit. If you've been a federal process server.
Well, not only that, but I mean, even for the lawyer for 3 fucking order protections against you, you're going to need a hell of a lot more than $2,500.
Yeah, I mean, sir, you say you're a federal process server and you don't know that billable hours by lawyers usually charge you. Expert out on that one. I'm going to need some receipts on that one, because
I'm going to call your bluff, but
yeah,
if you work with attorneys, then you would already fucking know.
Yeah, you would know it probably cost you 30.
You would know this one charges $500 an hour. This one charges, you know what I'm saying, $800 an hour, $750 an hour, $350 an hour. You would know.
Yeah.
Right. Kind of like the $50 steak excuse for giving dumb the $50.
And so you become oblivious to it. But, you know, the truth is that, you know, Seth and I, this is what a lot of people don't know. I'm more like a brother to Seth than I am a spokesperson. And he's got another lady that's more like a sister to him than she is an event planner. And it's just the 3 of us for the most part. And, you know, the relationship we have is private, but it's also very, very deep. I represented Seth for about a month when I found out that he and I grew up 15 minutes apart, literally spent Sunday eating dinners at the same place. You know, and I'd represented him for a month before I even knew that, because I thought he'd been in Tennessee and California and didn't know that he grew up in a little town in Kansas. And then I dug a little deeper and got to get close to his sister and found out that her childhood best friend was one of my wife's bridesmaids. So, you know, we're connected in a lot of ways, and we've got a very, very brotherly relationship. And
wow, it's a small world after all, isn't it? Real fucking small. And allegedly, Pascal is the one that introduced Seth to Tony. Allegedly.
Yeah.
You know, that's why he gets defensive like that, because he knows what happens behind the scenes. He knows when he's having a rough day, who's there for him. You know, and Brittany, I didn't take a dollar from Randy Harris either, but you know, when I go to Tennessee, I mean, I'll be in Tennessee for 5 days, leaving on Thursday, and you know, those hotels, that travel, those meals, those come out of my wife and I's pocket. They don't come out of a GoFundMe.
Can I ask? I want to ask this question. I do want to clarify this. I looked this up myself. Michaela's Mutts is not the same Michaela.
No,
that's not her. This lady was she's a veteran.
It's a very unfortunate name, but it's not the same Michaela. And she is a phenomenal human. So is her husband. They have their business licensed. Everything's filed properly. But you know, just to show you how vile some of these content creators are, her husband is the one that trapped this IP address. You know, the gentleman that sent it did not realize her husband was an IT guy. Mm-hmm. So he had 4 or 5 emails that were sent. I think all but one of them were from a VPN, but one of them was captured about 6 minutes from his house. Mm-hmm. So you know, I mean, it's not that. But to your question, sorry, I got off on a tangent. But it's not the same Michaela. It's not not any relation at all.
Well, one of the things I'm seeing people frustrated with, and they keep asking in chat, is why is the money from the vigil going to Michaela's Mutts, and why is there not a reward fund set?
Yeah, that's
what I wanted to know.
Why is he running a doxing website with a charity, trying to trick people to fucking donate to this charity and go there, while his friend, who's the IT guy, is tracking down anyone that says anything negative about him's home location? I'd like to know that. I'd like to know what is the situation? Why are you so close to this charity, and you're so buddy where they're literally tracking people down and doxing them for their IP address if they say anything negative about you, Tony? That's very fishy to me.
And you don't have to be an IT wizard to ping an address to get their IP address. And he did mention VPNs, so that would prevent them from knowing. But did he say the reason why? Just to dox them?
Yeah.
That's crazy. And how
Well,
is
he
he
said they
so...
were sending emails and attacking his wife and his family, so they tracked the IP address.
You know what amazing feature you have? It's called spam. It's called put it in spam. I mean, like, I know, like, it's annoying, but you could just put, like, move that email to the delete folder and boom. Like, do you really? And then you go on here and say, I'm going to track down that person. I'm gonna deal with that person, and then I'm gonna go on a live stream and fully admit that I am working with an organization that's supposed to be for a charity to go after people, bot enemies. By the way, Queen, you got a $5 super chat from Brianna.
Oh, thank you, Brianna. I appreciate that, love.
That's what I'd like to know. All that money, where did it go? Why not? Because for me, one of my kids is missing, and I raised something like $23,000. That's just what we saw publicly. First thing I'm doing is setting up through like an attorney or law office sort of thing, some kind of reward fund. Because Tony, these days people will talk for some money. Like with Summer, we did have quite a large reward fund. From what I remember, I want to say $50,000 to $80,000 somewhere in there. And no one came forward, but sometimes a little bit.
So here's what I'll say about the reward. First off, anytime that any money goes to Seth for anything, which it hasn't since I've been representing him, he gets viciously attacked, and he didn't want that to happen, so he wanted
to. Who's viciously attacking him?
No, he says criticism is attacking. By the way, Brianna said if her best friend was his wife's bridesmaid, wouldn't that make his wife her friend too? ? Allegedly.
Oh, I didn't know there was a. You didn't tell me there was a fucking message with it. That was probably kind of rude as hell. Brianna, I'm sorry. I didn't know that there was a message there with you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I should have told her. Sorry. My bad. But that's the message that she sent. I mean, he just considers like actual criticism attacking. So anyone that criticizes his shitty behavior, his shitty job as a PR guy, anything that he does wrong, it's their fault, they're evil, and they're harassing him. And okay, sir. It's no one else's fault, but it's all everyone else's fault, but not his. Anyway, I'll keep quiet. If Tony ever went for his associates in marketing and PR, they kick him out of the PR 101 for sucking too hard. Yeah. Well, I mean, he fails at the PR on this live stream when they try to like throw the olive branch. Hi, Steven. Throw the olive branch at this guy, to Trevor Lee, and be like, hey, maybe you guys can just like, put aside your past and kind of move on. And he's like, nope. Fuck that. Fuck that guy. I'm like, oh my God. What an idiot.
Okay, and this other one says if Tony ever went for his associates in marketing and PR, they'd kick him out of PR 101 for sucking too hard. Kimberly Jerome, thank you for becoming a new member. And then you read this one off too, right? Yeah, it's kind of odd that his wife and the other lady are fucking that was her bridesmaid. Fucking weird.
It's almost as if the company, the charity, might be run by friends of Tony Mathis or the charity. And it just makes me wonder. That's just a thought that comes into my head. Now, our research,
hold on. Darkness in the Light says, hold on. Half Sour. They are a very reputable charity, actually. And it isn't fair to them. They have existed for years. Yeah, that's really shitty. I hope people aren't shitty with them. You know what I mean? Because it's not their fault. And they have no parts in any of this.
Yeah, I like to see that, because if you have an IT guy working with a guy to grab people's IP address and then toss it to a third-party person without any sort of like okay or something from the cops or something like that. To me, like that's sketchy as fuck, and you lose all my trust. I'm sorry. They might need to like that. The IT guy is doing something he's not supposed to do, in my opinion. That seems very weird to me.
And that's her husband, right? Didn't he say that what's her name? The female that owns the dog rescue place. Didn't he say it was her husband that was the IT guy?
Yeah, I think so.
So, I mean, it's
So he's
awful
already
because,
starting shit. And he's
yeah,
already making shit bad for them.
exactly.
Cynthia says when he said if creators don't support Seth, they need to move on to another case. Really? So same for Katie or what K and P. I don't know who's K and P. And oh, that's right. Nope. They have an attack. They have an attack whale.
Killer whale.
This is Rico. Hold on. This is Rico. This is federal level shit. Goodfellas shenanigans. Yeah. Sweetie Cake said, I said yesterday something smells fishy on TikTok. Tony's end of this. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think it's Rico, but I think like this IT guy either did something that he was not supposed to do for his job. I'm sure, and Tony basically is fucking him over now.
Stitching said it's not Rico. It's not anything. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
That's right. Well said.
Either Tony Mathis is fucking over his friend by telling the internet that this guy pulled an IP address for him, or there's some other stupidity going on with this place. I'm just saying that's really bad. Usually you need like a warrant to do stuff like that. Like the police to be like, yeah, you can give that guy that IP address, whatnot. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, anybody can legally grab those. And unless they go through a VPN, it's going to show their IP address. So
yeah, but if I sent money,
it's just shitty that he's.
No, I disagree. But you go. I'm sorry, I interrupt you.
No, that's fine.
I don't even know what do you disagree? What do you mean?
I disagree that you go.
No, I can't even talk. The IP address.
Yeah, Stitchy said they ain't getting nothing from the IPs. Normally they don't. I mean, it's unless you know what I'm saying. Subpoena for regular and IP.
Apologies for interrupting you, Michelle. My apologies.
I'm sorry. What?
Said my apologies for interrupting you. I mean,
no problem. No problem.
William Eyelash said I trolled Laura on her website and she pulled my IP. Well, yeah, it's her website.
Yeah, that's her website. She didn't
pull anybody's shit on her website. That's why we told y'all be careful ordering fucking candles.
But imagine this. This is a guy that's supposed to be a guy that's setting up donations to go to this website because aren't they doing that charity where the money's going there or something like that? And he's supposed to be an outside person. He's not with the company. And then someone says something about him, say, hey, Tony Mathis might be an asshole, whatever he could say. Because I don't believe, like, trolling to me, to this guy could be just like, Tony Mathis is an asshole. And then they basically say, the IT guy says, you know what? I'm going to pull that guy's IP address and get it and hand it to this third party that's not with the companies, who's not associated with the company. Like, that's sketchy as fuck to me. I'm sorry. That's really sketchy.
Well, yeah, he's a sketchy motherfucker. All right, here we go.
To donate that to a cause that would make Sebastian proud, which was a pet rescue. Sebastian's favorite animal is a cat. We actually tried to get a kitty rescue, but we couldn't get a return call from him. So
is that where all the GoFundMe money went?
No. The GoFundMe money, you're fairly accurate on the amount there. To my knowledge, again, I don't have access to that.
Just over like 23K. I was just wondering, did that go to Seth? Did that help? Maybe help with living expenses? I understand that because he wasn't working. I just want to know, where did that go? Do you know?
So I will tell you without sharing Seth's private information, which I won't do. I'll just simply say this. The first 60 days, as you guys know, he was searching every day. Mm-hmm. And he was off work. And he was off work far beyond that when it got to the point that he couldn't hardly walk because of his neck. So he did not get any relief from his job until just recently.
He just had surgery too, right?
That's correct. That's correct. So he had to live, and that GoFundMe money is not gone. but without knowing, when he was going to get some relief from his job or when he was going to go back to work. And the other thing too, the law enforcement has been pretty adamant, and there's a lot of things that they advise that we may or may not agree with, but they've been pretty adamant about there not being a reward offered. It is something that is still on the table. It may still happen, but I can tell you this, if you know anything about Seth Rogers has not spent a penny of that money that he didn't have to spend to live. The man is not a fancy guy. The man does not have, I have not seen the man have one new item anywhere around him since I've been representing him. They attacked him over his motorcycle, and he had his motorcycle far before Sebastian went missing. So
we didn't see him out shopping for a new one, so.
no,
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
he's not a guy that buys, fancy clothes or fancy
He's still in
goods.
the same apartment, sorry, like that. He's still in the same spot, right?
Yeah,
Dude.
they raised his rent, and he didn't
Yeah.
even want to move
And he
because
didn't move.
that's it, right.
He's not
Right.
going anywhere.
Tony, Tony, I'm Justin. I have a few channels, Justin for All Clips and Pearls. I've never spoken to you publicly or privately, but nice to meet you. I have a couple questions. First, why do you think, in your opinion, the perception that people, have of you, like what do you think it is that gets you the amount of criticism? And I'll be the first to say I have criticized you, and I'll tell you why here in a moment. But I try to take things. I always try to be sort of fair. I try to be as fair as possible, on each individual basis, right? On each individual thing. Like, I'll be the first to say whenever that, they said your junk was being shown or whatever. I don't think I've never thought it was anything. I think in my opinion, it was just something that. But
I agree with that. Doesn't
but
even make sense.
Yeah,
But there-
even I agree with that.
But there is things that I will say here shortly. But I just want to ask you that question.
Sorry, I stopped it and can't remember what I stopped it for.
You're like, you just lost your train of thought.
Yeah, I was gonna say I fucking forgot what I was just gonna say. Here we go. We'll just keep.
Question there, like what do you think it is that?
Well,
Oh, Justin comes up. He's like, yeah, I have channels, and we haven't talked publicly or privately. Like, he has to put that out there. He's like trying to make sure he knows that everybody knows he hasn't talked to them privately.
Yeah.
He's like, fuck that. I don't want that connection.
Yeah, I have no problem. I love how all of them are like, "Oh, I don't think that looks like a peen." And Justin's trying to say like, "I didn't look like a peen to me. It looked like a hot dog or something. I don't know. Didn't look like a peen to me." And everyone's like, "Yeah, I never thought there was." I'm like, guys, I get it. I get why Tony Mathis has to deny it, because I would be fucking denying it through the end of time if that was me. But guys, you have eyeballs. I mean, you're adults. Come on. Just saying. Anyway, I'll keep quiet.
Everyone comes hard on you for it.
It would be simply an opinion, Justin.
Yeah, I'm just asking your opinion. I mean, what do you hear the most?
So here's where we struggle. You hear all these things and these reasons people have made up their mind, and you won't see a situation where I've disrespected somebody. I have a couple times I've gone in on a couple of creators that were viciously attacking Seth, and I don't apologize for that because that's my job. But in a normal setting with people like you and Brittany and people that haven't been attacking my client, you'll never see me be disrespectful. You won't see me raise my voice. I think a lot of it has to do with, at least initially, getting Seth off of YouTube and creating more of a professional situation for him where he doesn't get on a channel and look down and see the chat and lose his mind, and then give content creators more content to play the next 4 or 5 days attacking him.
Sure.
And I think me taking him off those channels, it pissed some people off. But even the people that are the most vile towards Seth and me, I can tell you that I've never met those people. I reached out. I'll just say this, JLR, and I hate talking about other creators on your channel, but some of the harshest critics, JLR.
Bullshit, or he wouldn't have brought it up. The lies you tell.
JS for Justice and some of his crew. I initially reached out to those people. I reached out to JLR through Justin on TikTok. Who reached out to him through Magnolia. I knew that at one point he supported Seth, and it seemed that he had quit supporting him. Yeah. I asked him if he'd like to have a conversation because I thought that we could use his platform for Sebastian. He had no desire to talk. He'd never met me, never talked to me. They put a criminal record of mine out there that was not mine, which was fine. I mean, you know, I carry a lot of federal documents that I wouldn't have been able to have with a record like that. But again, I don't owe that to anybody. And I even reached out to Jayas for Justice through email.
Wait a minute now. No. He's trying to say he didn't have those hot checks. That hot check wasn't his. Because even with a misdemeanor, you would still be able to do your federal documents. So stop lying. Stop fucking lying right now. Come on now. It's 2024. Even felons get good jobs nowadays. Come on.
And said, hey, if you'd like to have a conversation, I can answer some of your questions and we might be able to get on the same page. And, you know, we could come on and do an interview. And she didn't want to talk. She simply wanted to bring me and Seth on the panel. And, you know, you put Seth in a situation on a call-in show where if she's got all these things in her mind that she doesn't have answers to, then they're calling in like they used to on another show. And again, he loses his mind and he gives everybody content. And that's not what's good for him.
So they don't want just an interview. They want it to be specific questions. They don't want it just to be like hot questions. You know what I'm saying?
Like, one question I would have, is it true that the email that Terry Lynn sent to Jay for Justice that basically there was 2 hours that you weren't on a camera from 3 to 5? Is that true? And that you were actually missing from the camera for 2 hours during that time period? That would be a question I would ask, Mr. Seth. Are you missing from footage from the hours from 3 to 5? I would like to know. Is Terry Lynn lying? That'd be a great question I would ask. I don't know. I thought that would be interesting. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I shouldn't, you know. If she's full of shit, let us know. I'd like to know if Terry Lynn's full of shit with that email reply to Jay for Justice. I would like to know.
Yeah, that'd be good to know. Ooh la la, God help us, shares in this mess now. Fuck Betty, love you, Queen. Thank you. I appreciate that, love.
Yep. Sorry about that. I'm jumping
ahead.
Stick to the script. I'm not sticking to the script, testicles. See, I read your name out loud. See now? Now you got me saying testicles.
Now?
Now you got me.
You're jumping ahead, B. Tim.
Got me saying testicles on the good live stream.
Well, hold on. This one says, Tabitha Jane says, well, Cher and Betty are going to clash. This could be interesting. Let's hope Cher goes back into her hole. Well, Cher did have a job. I know she was working. I know she had stuff going on. And you know what I'm saying? All right, here we go.
Right.
So I think a lot of it has to do with that.
Well, I was going to kind of push you on this. So my main opinion about you, in the negative form, has been because, and I'm going to tell you why, because of Trevor Lee. I've known Trevor for a long time.
And something else I got to bitch about real quick as somebody who does open panels and stuff. So you have 10 slots on a panel. So out of these people right here, there's Brittany, Nana's Dragonfly, Jules, Tony, Cher, and Justin. Now these four, Justin, Cher, Tony, and Brittany, are talking. You got Nana's Dragonfly up here taking up space. Jules taking up space. Ain't neither one of them said a fucking word. Yeah. And neither one of them asked a question. Why the fuck sit up there then? Get your asses the fuck down and let other people up there.
Yeah, Brittany refused. I asked her so many times. There were other people that asked, "Hey, Michelle, wants to go up."
Right now,
it was crazy. Yeah, it was just crazy because some of them stepped down for a bit, and I'd say, "Could you bring me up now?" And yeah, it was just nope. It's
like sitting up there panel hogging. Like, say what you need to say and get the fuck down. Like, there's people. Tony's up here. People have questions. They want to ask questions. There's other people that want to come up on the panel, but see, she doesn't do open panels like I do over here. So you can't expect her to just open up her fucking panel like that. You know what I'm saying? If she's
oh,
I mean, sometimes she does, sometimes she don't. But then again, this is Brittany we're talking about too. I'm sure they were blocking people left and fucking right. I'm sure it was a whole shit show. You know what I mean?
By the way, Cocktail Dress sent you a $50 super chat with a message.
Oh shit! I didn't even see this. Oh, hold on. For a steak, I just not gray or kitchen sink style. I know that's right, girl. Thank you, Cocktail Dress.
Wow, that was generous.
That is nice. Super sweet of you. Thank you so much. Going to grab. I ain't going out like that. I'm gonna give me a steak. I ain't going out like that. Fun fact: I don't eat steak, but that's okay. We'll get a bomb ass like chickie or something. All right, here we go.
I've worked with Trevor from in person to afar, and I know that you and Trevor, whenever you first, started becoming, I don't want to say managing Seth. I don't know what the term you guys use it, but working with Seth, that Trevor did call you, and from what I understand, he was disagreeing with something. I can't remember what it was about, to be honest with you.
You're already inaccurate there. I'll tell you what
Okay.
happened with Trevor
Tell
Lee. So they, his team before me had made the determination.
Forgotten Whispers, you got timed out of all people. Now look, I know you ain't fucking rude. Now my ass would have been timed out with the fucking quickness, I'm sure. But you're not rude, so I don't understand. I don't understand the blocking everybody thing. I don't get that.
Well,
Yeah, that's weird because I was just pestering to go up there and they didn't do that to me. So I wonder if maybe it was on accident. Because I was pushing it because we've got Tony up here. It's a rare situation, kind of like you were saying,
Yeah.
Queen. Those two up there. This
you
is
know
a
when
rare
Ryan
opportunity.
Upchurch
Pop up.
when fucking Ryan Upchurch came up here, do you know I had people clicking the fucking link that I had never even seen, heard of, and it didn't know.
The glare jumped up.
Yeah. Yeah. He had Mar come over here and basically begged me to let his ass up. I did, and he was still a rude little bitch. Sam, a gift of 5 memberships. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. If you guys got one, give her a shout.
That live stream felt more like a war, to be honest with you. It was like, okay, back into the trenches.
They wouldn't even let Cheesy go up there. Are you serious?
Nope, and they wouldn't. Because in a couple of my texts that I was doing in the chat, I said, "Can you let me and Cheesy up, or can you?" And there were other people kind of advocating, "Hey, so and so wants to go up," and nope. So I mean, was this set up to where he agreed because there's only going to be these select people that I don't know. I shouldn't say that. So.
Oh my God! Look at this. Pecan Pie was timed out. Forgotten Whispers was timed out. Redneck got blocked. Lollipop Bro got blocked.
Wow.
Dynamite. I watched you guys talking about you getting blocked.
Wow. That's crazy.
Wild
I don't know why they
they
didn't
were
do it to
doing
me.
comments left and right. Holy fuck, her mods were working overtime, baby.
It was on fire.
Shit, you better be paying them now. We got. Hold on, Michelle. I'm gonna need to know how much you're gonna want paid for sitting up here on the panel. Now I'll pay my panel games now. I'll pay my panel games. I need to know how much you want, girl. I'm gonna need to know how much you want. I gotta pay voices ahead of time.
Wait a minute. What about my paycheck? What do I get?
You're on salary.
On salary? Okay, cool.
So everyone who's a regular here was timed out. Oh, fuck right.
God.
Fucking right they were.
Wow.
I cannot believe Cheesy got blocked. What the fuck?
The truth of the matter is, I think everyone that would have asked him actual critical questions, they barely let Cher up. And Cher was the only one that was kind of pressing him a little bit.
But you know what though? Look, Brittany was cool the last time she was up here. Her and Granny talked. Shit was good. She was fine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We talked. I don't understand why everybody from over here was getting blocked. Where was it just everybody getting blocked in general that didn't fuck with Seth? Or was it just from over here?
I think anyone that wanted to ask Tony a critical question that would have been something that he would have had to answer, they were blocked. So basically 90% of people. 90% of people who would have been like, "Sir, why are you cursing at why are you not putting the olive branch of Trevor Lee and being a complete douchebag? Sir, why are you collecting people's IP addresses that from a dog charity that's supposedly going to be getting money?"
That's just wild.
Why did you these types?
Oh yes, Seth is a mod over there, ain't he? He's got a fucking wrench, and I know he's in chat, so he was probably blocking anybody that didn't agree with him.
Now I think what happened was, and this is what I think happened, because I think Seth was in the chat. I think Seth was in the chat, and he saw this happening, he's a mod there, and I think he called up Mr. Tony Mathis to straighten shit out and jump up there for him. He probably was freaking out in the chat because Brittany J supposedly be his bestest friend or whatnot. And that's why you saw Tony Mathis jump up immediately while he's in the middle of watching a football game. I don't think he was set up.
Yep, something was planned about this. I agree. I don't know how much. I'm not accusing. It's just I'm curious.
No, I don't think it's planned. I think it was spontaneous when he was basically Seth's in the chat. He's seeing his biggest ally, one of his top allies, Brittany J's about to. What?
Look at Alabama
Wow.
mom says, I got completely blocked. I asked if I was a
God.
paying member. She's shit for taking my money, then allowing her mods to block me. You know what I mean? Like, fuck that. I'd have been pissed. Cricket said a lot of us got blocked. Look, Mystic Butterfly, you get blocked. You get blocked.
I wasn't
Even
given a
respectful
gift.
comments are being removed and timed out. Holy shit. So look,
Well, I even tried to use the angle because I've never been up on Brittany's, panel before. So I even tried to use the angle of, hey, I've been up on Queens before, and I've been fine, or you trust me, please. But they wouldn't let me up.
Oh, what happened? He would have called you evil. They would have kicked you off the panel if you would have went up there. Or if you asked one critical question.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that a lot of these questions were not about Sebastian, or I don't know. It was a missed opportunity for sure. Absolutely, for sure.
Yeah, Rain Dancer. He's been a mod there for a while. Comments were disappearing like crazy. We're not going to be able to see it on the live chat replay, though. They're already blocked. And they would, you know what I'm saying? And she don't even have it. Look, the live chat replay is gone. It's not even there.
Wow.
That there was people on his team that needed to go. Now, these are people that I did not know.
There.
Never broke bread with them. Never talked to them.
He said never broke bread. Are you serious? Like a gangster. I ain't never broke bread with him.
Because he's from Skid Row too.
Yeah, I'm guessing so. Ain't never broke no bread with him.
Yeah, Queen, man. It was nuts. It was nuts.
God, man, I missed a good time.
I got off I think about the last hour or so because I could just.
That's fucking sad. Grit and Grace said legitimate questions about Sebastian were being deleted.
Well,
and I guess Dolly tried to get on panel and they wouldn't let him up there.
Right.
Oh my God. What the fuck did she got? I didn't think she had any issues with Dolly. What the fuck's going on?
It was Tony. It was Tony that said no.
Oh my God. Tony's the one that said no.
Yep. Yep. I even asked a simple question on there. I said, can you ask him what he thinks about Sebastian? What is his opinion on what happened? That was an easy way to ask, and they didn't do it.
Damn. I missed a really good fucking live stream. Fuck. Dolly was pissed. It was hysterical. What did he do? Go live and go off?
Yeah, he did. He did. It was so funny because, sorry, I just put a cracker in my mouth. He was saying that it took Trevor so long to ask a question that he grew out his beard in that time. He was just on a roll last night.
Look, Stereophonics Mom said PJ kept sending messages. I saw it on a clip channel. Holy fuck, man. Like I said, I can't believe I missed all this shit. I can't believe they hold on a second. Oh, they thought they seen what was leaked. They have no idea. Who's Elevated Truth? Who the fuck is that?
I don't know.
That's the the guy who was with the Illuminati on Truth, Not Feelings or something. I think it's I'm trying to remember what his.
Oh yeah, I think it is.
Yeah,
that's I believe what he's saying. If that's really him, I believe that. If that's somebody trolling, I don't know about that.
I think that's his new name.
Truth, and I believe that. Oh, well, they're saying it is him. They're saying, yeah, it is him. Okay, so yeah, then I believe that. He said, oh, they thought they have seen what has been leaked. They have no idea. Oh, shit, my dude. Oh, you guys are releasing more shit? Damn, they're in for a world of hell. He's going to have to come back out and do this again, huh?
I just can't believe that he did not let, like, Brittany did not let, like, she asked Tony Mathis, like, can I let Dolly up? Dolly wants to come up.
Illuminati shook fucking YouTube. And she dropped those messages. And she brought TikTok Tony out the woodwork to come defend himself.
Yeah. But I can't believe the fact that Tony Mathis is asked by Brittany Jen, and he said, you know, she's like, no, I don't want Dolly up here. He went against that. I'm like, bro, are you serious? Like, why would you not let Dolly up there and talk to the guy and try to get him on your side? You're a PR guy. Your job is to be a PR guy. It's supposed to talk to the content.
Well, did you hear him? He wanted to go on JLR and J is for Justice because they both have over 100,000 subscribers. He knows those are big channels. He wanted to go on their channels and make shit right. He wanted them to defend Seth. He wanted them behind Seth. So what? You don't give a fuck about the smaller ones? I mean, because they matter too. Shit.
Dolly Vision's not that small. I don't like the guy.
I didn't say Dolly Vision. I'm just saying, like, I heard him say on here that he was wanting to talk to. He wanted to go up on. You know, they wanted to go on J is for Justice, but she said she just wanted him to come on the panel. She didn't want to ask previous questions. Like, she didn't want to say, you know what I'm saying? She didn't want to do like, she just wanted him to pop up, you know, both of them. And he said no.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why he did not let Dolly Vision up there. Because Dolly Vision used to be on Seth's side. And I think, like, if you're doing your job,
try to get him back over on that side.
Yeah, but instead he pissed him off. And this is the problem. He's the worst. They try to make him have an olive branch for Trevor Lee later on. Say, maybe you can work, you know, you can put aside your differences. He pisses on that. He's a fucking idiot. He's the worst PR guy I've ever seen in my life. I would be a better PR guy. And I'm terrible at being PR. You see how much I curse?
Yeah.
So I'm not good at PR. Let's just say that much.
Yeah, it's kind of odd that they can only do scripted interviews and shit like that, you know? Fuck, man. Look, I can't wait for these other fucking messages to drop. I'll tell you that right now. Look, I would let Tony up if he clicked the fucking link. I would let him up.
Oh, for sure. I can see you doing it. Absolutely.
Yeah, I keep an open panel anyways, but I'm saying if he had something he wanted to say to me, I would definitely let him up because I got some stuff I want to say to him.
Yep.
I really got some stuff I'd like to say to him. I'm not being rude, but I mean, just in general, I do.
For sure. Yeah.
Here, Tony, how you going to say the messages are not real in the beginning? And then you said you're not saying they are not real, just taken out of context. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So basically he admitted that the fuckers are real. That's it. That's all then. Right. Tony, come on up. We got questions, man. Come on up. Man. We got real questions, not Brittany's questions, real questions.
Cappy has something. She says, B10, that's it. I'm calling your orderly at your home. LOL. Got to get you written up for cursing. Yeah, so I'm going to have to get my home attendant to help me out since I'm like 65 years old and I'm an old man. I'm an old man. That's sarcasm, by the way, because some people don't realize sarcasm.
Here we go.
I had a phone conversation with one of the PIs. This all stemmed from his team and Seth deciding that it was time for the PIs to go. So when that happened,
that's what it was. Yes, yes, it was a disagreement on the two PIs, and I think he was expressing his opinion on the PIs. And
no, he wasn't expressing his opinion, Justin. He was blaming me for Seth firing his PIs. So
well, I mean, I'm not going to say because I don't, you know, he's not here. So but I'm just telling you what
I have the text.
Okay, that's fine.
I have the text, and I will tell you. And I don't want you headed down the wrong road, which is why I'm kind of cutting in. He called me.
Wait, whoa! Don't say something like that and try and drive right past that. What does that mean?
She said, whoa. Don't say something like that and try to drive right past it. Holy shit.
I think he's meaning he doesn't
No,
want
I want him to answer. What does that mean, Tony?
Which part?
What just come out of your mouth? You came up here. You don't want to see Justin going down the wrong thing, so you're up here tonight. What does this mean? The words that just come out of your mouth before I interrupted. What's that mean?
So what that means is he's starting to tell the story, and there's already inaccuracies.
Yeah, but you kind of give him a warning, right? Or no?
So
okay,
that's how I took it. But
I was just wondering.
That's how I took it. But just let him carry on. Explain this.
Sorry.
So what happened is Trevor called me, and he started getting aggressive with me about being the reason that the PIs were gone. I very quickly told him if he had questions about that, he needed to reach out to Seth because he had an open line of communication with Seth. Then he started texting me, and I redirected that text to a group text with Seth on it, which I have screenshots of. Seth told him very clearly in those texts that I had nothing to do with the PIs being gone. I mean, I had no PIs I was trying to bring or anything like that. I mean, my PIs before were in Corpus Christi, but his team and Seth decided that it was not the right fit for him for whatever reason. Trevor would not let it go. He continued to press. He continued to come at me and blame me. And no matter what I said, Justin, he was not going to let it go. And when they got rid of some of the search people, again, not people I knew, not people I had ever met or talked to, I was the fall guy for all of that. And I had nothing to do. I've had something to do with people that, have come in to help since then, but they're not people that were related to what Trevor was doing or what the PIs were doing at all. People that are helping with signs and whatnot.
I mean, okay. So what? He wouldn't let it go. I mean, can't you disagree on issues and it still doesn't have to be war? You know what I mean? Like, I've just never. I mean, Trevor's going to express his opinion just like we all are, but Trevor is literally the first person I knew that took Sebastian's case when nobody, and I mean nobody, was speaking about it. Nobody was interested in it. Nobody cared. 40 people in his chat. And he's a man now, but he was a kid back around the time Summer Wells went missing. And the kid at the time, gave like $1,000 of his own money. Yeah. He has really high character. And let me tell you something. The night I was on, one second.
Just a second. Trev has never attracted any kind of controversy.
No. I mean, I think probably the biggest was Nina. And Trevor's like, he's like a family member almost to me. The night all of that went down with Seth. Now, listen, I have always taken up for Seth. I know the man is innocent. He didn't do anything to his son. It's clear. I mean, there's not a better alibi you can get than being literally in a jail. Right? I mean, that's why I tell people there's not a better alibi.
Okay, but didn't it come out that he was gone? Like,
it came out via back it up, Terry. Basically, text Jay for Justice about 2 hours, like basically claiming that Seth is missing for 2 hours from footage from like 3 to 5 or something like that. That he's nowhere to be seen. That's what she says. Now, either Terry's fucking lying, and it's a good possibility. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, there's a good possibility that lady is fucking full of shit and was trying to fucking set up Jay. Or they basically have been glossing over that fact and not telling everyone the total truth. And that's why the cops are still kind of not clearing them, because there's windows in time where he's not on surveillance or he's not accounted for. Either or. I'm just saying, like, there's a good possibility that Terry could be lying or they could be lying. The problem is none of them have credibility in my eyes. Like, none of them.
Oh, truth here. He says that's rumor about not. Hold on. That's a rumor about not being at work. No certain proof other than backdoor messaging.
Yeah, basically he's right.
Yeah.
That's the messages from Terry Lee,
Terry Lynn,
Taylor Lynn to Jay for Justice. Because Reese just today, basically, Jay for Justice shows an email chain with her stating that, this was 2 hours missing and he wasn't seen from 3 to 5. And she could be just fucking lying. But the problem is everyone's lying. So I don't know who's telling the truth and who's lying. That's the problem.
Hold on. Shell said, yeah, I wanted to set up Jay.
Yeah. It could be very well that she is trying to set up Jay at that time to go out there and fuck herself over, or someone's fucking lying, but I don't know who. So that would have been
Tony is saying Seth fell asleep for 2 hours on his lunch break. Well, you don't get a 2 hour lunch break when you were working at the jail anyways.
He said that? I missed that.
I don't know. I just read the comment off there. We'll have to see. That's what it looks like, a setup.
Yeah.
See? Well, man.
Who takes a 2 hour nap?
From my understanding, Cluminati did not fucking make up those messages or whatever. She got those straight from one of the ladies on TikTok, and they did a screen recording to show that those messages were in fact true and they were all in order. So from what I'm hearing, those are legit fucking screenshots.
So someone says that's coming up that he accidentally went to sleep for 2 hours during his lunch break.
Tony did not say that, Dancing Queen said. Hold on, here's Jay for just Tony said that Seth fell asleep in his truck on his break.
He didn't say how long. Okay, thank you for clarification. I was like, I missed that part. I didn't hear about the 2 hours on the truck. I was like, I did not hear that. I was like, okay, I need to listen to it again.
See, it's just hard
maybe there's
sometimes.
Sorry. I was going to say, maybe there might be some truth to this after all. And could he have left for 2 hours?
I would be shocked, to be honest with you.
I would too, because there'd have to be cameras outside of the jail as well. So
I would think that you'd be fired. Like if you suddenly missed for 2 hours, you'd be like, "Sir, you're fired. Where the fuck were you? And this is supposed to be 40 minutes or a half hour. You're fired." But yeah, I mean, that's just me. We'll listen to Mr. Tony Mathis, the greatest PR guy in the world, and we'll keep quiet and see if that comes up.
Alibi. But I was furious with Seth the night he came up on Smiley's, and I told Seth that. But just because I disagree with Seth or I disagree with you on one thing, to me it's I can disagree with you on something and still not think you're a horrible person and just the vilest person at the end of the earth.
Right.
So,
and we still have grace for Seth because he's,
of course. I mean, he's a grieving dad.
Yeah, I agree, Justin. Let me address.
And you know what? That's a good fucking point. That's a good point. I believe that's a really good point to make. Truth says, remember, Ellie hasn't said anything about his alibi or his current employment at all. So please keep that in mind.
That's that for you. That blow up you saw that night, it came after 15 to 20 different screenshots that were sent to him and some of them to me about things that Trevor was saying on different platforms. And quite frankly, most of them were directed at me. And I think Seth had just had enough, and he decided that he wanted to let everybody know that it was his decision. It had nothing to do with me. And to this day, Trevor still blames me for all of that. Now, you don't see me talking about Trevor. You'll never see me talking about him.
Also, can you guys periodically drop Brittany's link? So if anybody wants to go watch this without our commentary or without us stopping or whatever, they can. It's allegedly, I think, with Brittany, allegedly with Brittany J. So will one of you girls drop her link or whatever a couple times so that people can go watch it themselves or whatever if they don't want our commentary with it.
Anything I've had to say to him, even to the point that, he was texting me while I was on my fishing trip and saying nasty stuff to me and, what have you. Anything I've ever had to say to him, I said it directly to him. I haven't said it to, to other people. But he's young. You're right. And he chose to take to social media and call me a criminal and call me a crook.
You're talking about him.
Say what?
You're talking about him right now. You said you never talk about him, but you are right now.
I'm simply telling you what he chose to do.
I know, but you just told us that you weren't going to talk. You were going to take it directly to him if you had a problem with him.
Well,
all you got to say is that he was saying things that were not nice to you, and then move on.
Okay, we can do that then.
Yeah.
So that's personally for me. That's been, it seemed like, whenever you came in, this is my opinion. I'm giving it to you honestly, and I hope I'm really trying to be respectful. But it felt like, I think probably people felt like, they were giving their all. I know Trevor was, and I don't want to speak for him. That's for sure. I'm just speaking on how I felt on something, but it felt like, you came in and then everyone was thrown to the side.
It was very bad timing, Justin. I mean, I can certainly see what the perception was there. But when I came in, I had my hands full with cleaning up some of Seth's interviews and some things that were a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
While I was doing that, Seth was working with the rest of his team to get rid of the people that he did not want involved. And it was 1000% his call. I had never met any of these people.
Mm-hmm.
So, and much like not meeting Brittany and her, her moderators and people in this panel, I approached the people I had a chance to meet the same way I approached you guys tonight with kindness and, hey, let's talk. But the decision to get rid of those people had already been made before I came on, and he was in the process of doing that. It just took him a while to make it official. But, Seth can tell you himself, and he's told many, many people that that was 100% him. And he has always been the guy that controlled his team, period.
Sure. I don't know. It may have been timing. I don't know. But that's the way it felt. That's the way it seemed to look from my point of view.
I get it.
It's
it's a lot easier to keep people. If there's people that Seth in his mind and heart thought that added value, it's a lot easier to keep people than it is to find new ones. So I'm sure he had his reasons. A lot of the Trevor situation had to do with the PIs. It really wasn't even Trevor himself. And, I don't know that Trevor directly ever did anything, to Seth until after the PIs were let go. I mean, again, I don't know those people. I had one conversation with,
I don't either, really.
With one PI, and then I had a few conversations with the other one after she was gone. And, I never had any bad conversations with them. Never had anything against them, really didn't know them or know what they were doing or any of that kind of stuff. That wasn't my job.
Yeah, I just think it would be one more thing, and I'll promise I'll shut up.
No,
I think it would just be nice to at least heal things where you can.
Yeah.
Go to someone and just say, can we talk this out? Can we, just for the sake of it all, really? Relationships matter, perceptions matter, and I think we should always be, to at least, offer that, and maybe not, be on the same track, but at least have a general peace about it.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Justin. And I will tell you that it gets to a point, there's not a lot of members of our team at this point. It gets to a point where we've got a full plate, plus we've got a full-time job, plus we've got a family. And when it gets to the point that you're getting attacked every day and a lot of it is baseless, you don't really have a lot of time to try to talk through things with people that have already made up their mind about you without.
Well, I think Tony's blowing a whole lot of hot air. What do you think?
Yeah, he's full of shit.
And he talks like the Clear Eyes guy. It's all like, and he had never, fuck no, you cannot get him to answer a question straightforward is what it seems like. Like he's got to go into a whole ass story with every question you ask.
Well, like if you'll be like asking him like if the sky's fucking blue or whatever, and it'd be like, well, when I was walking outside and I suddenly saw that shine a penny, and I picked up that penny, and I said to myself, a penny a day keeps the doctor away, and I put that penny in my pocket, and then I walked over to McDonald's and I bought myself a McDonald's.
Oh, I was looking up at this blue sky.
And then when I finally took a bite of that McDonald's burger, I looked up to that sky, but you know what was covering that blue sky? It was a plane, and that plane reminded me of my best friend. Me and my best friend were once in that plane, and we went to a vacation to Hawaii one time. And me and my best friend loved Hawaii. You know what I mean? Does that help answer your question? I feel like you said. That's Tony Mathis. That's how he answers your question. I would hate this guy in the conversation. This guy is like the worst when it comes to like getting the straight answers from him. He's the worst.
Well, and I got it on like 1.5, like 1.75, I think 1.5, because he talks like the Clear Eyes guy. So it's like you have to speed him up. But here we go.
Giving me a shot. So if you got into trying to have conversation after conversation with people that had already made up their mind about you, you wouldn't get anything done for Seth.
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, I know, again, sorry, 1 second. Go ahead. Someone talk. I want to talk.
Okay, just one thought. So it's the story that you were telling earlier, that at the beginning, Seth was kind of going around on the different YouTube channels, and then you came onto the scene, and you guys decided to work together and whatnot. You said tonight that part of that, your role was to make this, I think you used the word professional, to make it a professional thing, that he wouldn't go up on a channel, get upset about what's being said in the side chat, and then act out and make more content for later, right? That's not really how I remember it at all. The way that I remember it, and tomorrow I'll go back and double check my memory, but the way I remember it is that Seth came on the scene and he was devastated that his son was missing, and he was activated, searching anywhere and everywhere that he could. He had friends of his, I think from where he works, that were also with him. And he garnered an immense amount of support on social media. Everyone was standing beside this man. Everyone. He was answering questions. He was thoughtful. He was kind. People's heartstrings were, I mean, everybody felt protective. They were worried about Sebastian, but they also felt protective and worried about Seth. And it seemed like that when you showed up, when you began to be a part of the conversation, it seemed like that changed. It seemed like suddenly Seth was a lot more combative.
How are
The
you, buddy?
team,
I'm good. How are you? Good. I'm listening.
the team is following.
The fuck?
He was like looking the other way, not paying any attention at all to what they were saying. One-Eyed Flo, thank you for becoming a new member. And Kim Sesman for 7 months. Hey, Queen Mods chat, showing you some love. I appreciate that, baby. Thank you.
What the fuck?
Canvas and Crime gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, love. If you got one, give him a shout. Sleuth Investigates is Ben Stein, the clear-eyed guy. Also, he also said Bueller.
Another thing is like, sir, Tony, why are you on the camera? Like, shut off your camera. You're at home. You're with your family. Shut off your camera. No, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just giving you advice, man, because it's not a good idea, man. Like, seriously, shut off your camera. I don't know why he does this. Why do you do this, Tony? Why do you do this to me, Tony? Why? Why do you do this to me, Tony? Shut off your camera.
Apart. And then people online began being attacked, and he lost a lot of his support fell off. And that's kind of how I seem to remember it like different than the way you described it.
I agree with you. That's what I'm curious when he says he had to come in and clean up things that Seth has said. I'm curious, where does that come from? Because like Jen, sorry, it's a tiny screen. Jules, sorry. Like Jules
that
just
was used
said,
a lot. That term was used a lot. Clean up stuff.
Clean up stuff, and that sounds in true crime. Well, you can take how that sounds, right?
Give me just 1 second, Cher. Listen, prayers for Sebastian's not being removed, but here's what's gross. You're coming in chat trolling with the damn rooster, but attaching prayers for Sebastian on with it while you're trolling another chat from a channel, trolling a chat from another channel. That's no. What's disrespectful is tacking Sebastian's name onto the trolling. Please stop.
Thank you, Brittany.
Oh my goodness.
I can't see the comments.
Tony, clean up what though? Sorry, clean up what?
He said, thank you, Brittany. I can see the comments. So you know the comments were hurting his feelings.
Guys, you're never going to get anywhere with just name calling and all that. That's not how, if you want something to go, that's not how it works.
They're just trying to distract right now, and they're doing it. It's working. Don't just ignore the mods. Do your job. Tony, can you give us an example of what you had to clean up or no?
So we had some creators that were taking bits and pieces of what he said and not playing things in context. When I say clean up, I'm not talking about, Seth was a disaster and I had to come in and fix him. That's not what I'm saying at all. Okay. Seth has always been a broken father.
Because I'm like, Chris Proudfoot needs the person cleaning up after him.
I had a night on the phone with him, and that was plenty for me.
Oh wow. Lord. And then I just have one more question. I'll mute again. And I know this isn't the Summerwell's case, but I do know in that case, Don and Candace were offered like a person that could do media for them through the state, the county, whatever. They were offered someone, and the law actually said that they denied it and just did their own thing. Do you know, was Seth, we'll just go with Seth because that's your client, as you say. Was he offered anything from the law for someone to help him, like in the presence of media, something like that? Or that's what you guys are trying to do now? Or like, how come was he not offered someone? Because I know that's an option. That's my question.
Well, so I can't speak to that. I don't know. I wasn't here early on. I can tell you definitively that when I was introduced to Seth, I did not at that time have any desire to do anything other than potentially help him with the search team. Seth spent probably 2 weeks talking to me daily about being his spokesperson, and quite honestly, I didn't know that I had the time in my day to help him. I was out fishing on a Friday. I don't remember the date, but I remember that he told me that regardless of what Chris and Katie decided, that he really needed some help and would, can you please help me? And after realizing that he was, in my opinion, he was really struggling, just in general. I went and talked to Randy Harris, Caleb's father, and they were in a situation where they didn't really care to have, a whole lot of media attention. They talked on the phone, him and Seth did, and Randy said, I really think that you ought to help the guy. And so I agreed to help him. That's something I hear over and over again, that I've inserted myself into these cases, and that couldn't be further from the truth. Randy was a friend and coworker of mine. He asked me to help him. I helped him until he didn't need the help anymore. Seth asked me to help him, and I told him I would help him until he didn't need my help anymore. So I did not ask either of these fathers. I mean, I don't have a background in this, guys. I'm learning as I go.
Can I ask a question to Tony?
Yeah,
Sure,
yeah.
sure.
As long as he's okay with it. Sure.
Of course.
Tony, this is Nana.
Hi, Nana.
Hi. The situation between you and Trevor.
Yes.
Okay, so we're an hour and 40 minutes in, and those two finally just spoke up. These two.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm listening and I'm observing what's being said by everybody. Do you think it would help? Because I think that's when everybody started with on board of Seth was a jerk when that all happened.
Yeah.
So would you think it would help, since Justin is a great friend, and if Justin, you want to do this, of him, that maybe you and him and Justin could sit down and talk about this and work this out?
I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I can tell you that at this point, there's probably not going to be any conversation between Trevor Lee and myself, and I highly doubt that there would be with Seth. I'm not going to speak for him. I think that there's just been too many things that have been said, and I'm not talking about him. Let me clarify that. I'm just pointing out how we got to where we're at. I just think that bridge is not going to be rebuilt. But he's got Seth's number, and if Seth wanted to talk to him, he could reach out to Seth, and I'm sure Seth would have a conversation with him if he chose to. But I can't speak for him on that. I mean, Seth is in contrast to what a lot of people think, Seth is a big boy, and he's not a weak man, and he does do, for the most part, what he wants
Why
to
are
do.
you up here then instead of him? Or why are you not up here with you?
Well,
ma'am, she asked me to come up.
No, I was just wondering. But Seth was in the chat, and I asked the question, like he disappeared, but then you're up here. I'm not. That's not no dig. I was just, I was just wondering.
Well, first off, Seth is out of town, and
no. You can just say he can't make it. That's okay. I was just wondering.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
He's out of town?
And my job is to represent him. So I have the answers to the questions Brittany was asking, and she was kind enough to invite me up, and I figured I would answer those questions.
Someone thinks I'm being rude. I feel like I'm being fair. I do appreciate you, Tony. I know I've been heard.
I don't think you're being rude.
Okay, that's all that.
I don't think she's being rude up. She's asking questions, you know what I mean? But even if Seth is out of town, it doesn't matter. He answered his fucking phone when he was out of town before, so what does it matter? He's out of town.
Yeah, I'm currently in New York, and Queen is currently in the state of Illinois. We're currently on this panel. I think people can be in other countries and other states, and they can jump on this panel or any panel at that matter and talk. I think the truth of the matter is that he doesn't want Seth on because he doesn't want Seth to say anything stupid. I mean, that's simple as that. I mean, that's the truth. And number two is I love how everyone shit on Chris for being in Mississippi and how he ran and how suspicious this was with Chris and Katie to be out of state. But you got this guy he's traveling. Seth is traveling. And it was just like glossed over. No one said anything. Said, why is he traveling? Where did he go? Since we're like, all these parents are open book for you motherfuckers, why don't you do the same thing to Seth? Because you all just thought that Katie's guilty and you think it's okay to just go at her. That's the truth. Just saying. I'm pointing out the hypocrisy. I don't mind where Seth can go to in France if he's so pleased, if he wants to. Have a croissant.
Jay, she said Dolly was denied a link. I heard Dolly was denied a link. I heard there was like shit people Dolly on the road and denied a link. Dolly's on the road, right? Oh yeah, he is searching or whatever he's on. They denied him, and they like, from my understanding, we're deleting everybody out of the chat, blocking people left and right.
Yeah, I just find that hilarious to me that like you're gonna let Nana's Dragonfly and Jules up there, but you're not gonna let Dolly Vision. Okay, brilliant idea, brilliant. And the Tony Mathis is
like I said, at least Cher's asking questions. Fuck, I gotta appreciate that,
Yeah,
because she seems to be the only one asking questions up there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're softball questions. They're not like hard hitting questions, and he can't even handle those. It's like these are very. It's like I just don't get it, man. And like, whatever. But honestly, I think Tony Mathis is delusional and he lies a lot. So unfortunately,
Look, did you see Wabi Sabi? Dolly was sitting in a tin can at a freaking gas station and able to ask for a link. I am done. Yeah, she was asking the questions we all wanted to know. And that's why I said, at least she's up there. Cause I mean, it doesn't, well, and I mean, Justin did ask a few good questions. I will give him that. You know what I'm saying? He's trying. I mean, you can tell they're trying, but they don't want to be rude. But I mean, I guess you can just kind of see Tony's smug ass attitude too. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Well, the
Here we go.
profession, yeah.
That matters because I have been hard on you. I do appreciate. I still don't believe everything. I'll be honest, but I appreciate you being up here. Now, people say you don't like to answer the hard questions or whatever. So if you're ever up for like a friendly debate, you know, I'm down. Now, Bullhorn Betty will never let you do it with me. But like, I mean, I think there's hard questions out there that I think you're skirting around. Personally, I'm not. That's all I'll say. But I do appreciate you coming up here.
What are the? I've never dodged a question unless it involves Seth and something that he doesn't want to answer.
Mm-hmm.
But I have no issue answering any questions. I have nothing to hide. So if you've got a question that you think is a hard question,
I've got a hard question.
Do it.
I've got one. I've had like 3 people text me this, and I honestly, I've heard about a dinner, but I don't know anything about it. And I'll just read what they said.
Fire away.
It was, and again, you know, I support Seth because I believe he's innocent, but I just like to hear your opinion on this.
Okay.
Allegations about Seth being inappropriate. The dinner after the vigil, the one Pascal abruptly left. There are screenshots floating around that Seth allegedly made pervy comments to Jaden's girlfriend. I have no idea who Jaden is.
I didn't hear any comments. Quite frankly, at that dinner, we were in Red Robin. It was very loud.
Oh my God.
Pascal left because it took us a while to get seated, and he had I'll just say this: he had some people with cameras in his face at the vigil, and that was the reason he left. It had nothing to do with anything other than that. I walked him to his car. We had a great conversation. We're still friends today, still talk on a regular basis. But I can tell you that I spent most of my dinner talking to T-Rev. I had never met him in person. He had some hard questions for me relating to my background and things that were being said, and we talked through those things. And I did not hear, most of the time, Seth was sitting next to Michaela. I was sitting across from Seth and next to T-Rev, and I did not hear anything that he said that was inappropriate.
So did anybody check this account that says Jaden S? I was there.
I did not. But I find it interesting that he preferences every answer with plausible deniability of it was really loud. I was over here. I was talking to T-Rev. I was listening to T-Rev.
Notice Seth was sitting next to Michaela, and he was sitting right. T-Rev and Michaela playing footsies.
But I'm just saying he preferences it like just in case someone has a recording and has something that will actually show that that did happen. He preferences to protect his own ass by saying, well, I didn't hear it. It was so loud. I had no idea anything was said. I was just too engrossed in my conversation, my intellectual conversation with T-Rev.
Right. How convenient that Jaden would just show up.
Yeah, it's true.
And nobody checked to even see if it was Jaden.
Yeah. That would be kind of something.
I'd be like, go with it. Probably wasn't him.
Yeah, I would have told Nanny, whatever, the Dragonfly lady or that Jewel lady, get the fuck off the panel. We're gonna have Jaden up now. Jaden, get your ass up here and
because I'll tell you right now, Jaden sure as hell didn't have a fucking problem clicking the link over here.
Yeah. I'd be like, Jaden, come up, straighten this out. Let's get this straight. Let's get this rumor to bed. Get this clear.
I did ask also too if Jaden could go up, and I think I did it a couple of times. I was relentless, but then they weren't budging. So, but it sounds like Tony got to break bread with at least.
Because I think Jaden, if Jaden told me it didn't happen, I'd believe him because he's shown himself to be an honest guy. He's like, you know what I mean? Like that's just me, in my opinion. I'm just saying. If he came up here and said, nope, that never happened, there was no inappropriate situations, I'd be like, okay, well, that was a rumor and that was bullshit. Okay, I believe you. Just saying. So if I see him come up on a panel and say that, then I'll be like, okay, that was a rumor, that was bullshit. We'll move on. So maybe he'll jump up. Who knows?
Shelby Lynn, I tried all night asking questions and calling Tony a liar, even asked him to talk about Sebastian, but was getting timed out and finally blocked. What is this? Hold on. You say Pascal seemed really defensive. I noticed he doesn't talk about it at all. At all. He doesn't bring this case up. He doesn't speak about it anymore. He doesn't do
He speaks about, I think he did it like 9 days ago or something like that.
Oh, because I haven't heard him say a shit about it. So if he did, then I guess I'm wrong. But
yeah, he covered about something else. I mean, like he usually covers every couple of like 9 days or something like that.
Rev was gang in the rolling high chair.
Oh my god,
that's funny.
Is this the Jaden? Jaden said I was there. Is this the Jaden that was at the dinner?
It may very well be.
So I heard what was stated. I pray to God that it's not true what they're saying is said. I pray to God that's not true. But I mean,
I can tell you that I can say that Jaden and his girlfriend are like family to Seth. And you know, if Seth ever had done anything to offend them, they would talk to him directly about it. But I can tell you that they love him like a father figure. So I would not be surprised if this was more manufactured information.
Well, that's what I was thinking. The way some creators have, the little bit that I know about this, they've made it seem like Pascal went to the bathroom. He came out, and he's like,
no,
correct me if I'm wrong, Chad, but he's like uncomfortable, and he's like, hey guys, I'm leaving abruptly.
That's not what happened at all.
I mean, Pascal is very professional, and so I would never question Pascal's character either. So
agreed.
So
Jaden, there's going to be Tony's side, Pascal's side, however many other people at the table, and then somewhere in there there's the truth of whatever one. Because if we all watch the same car wreck, we're all going to describe it differently in defense of Tony. But you know,
if that's really Jaden, if there's a way we could verify if that's really Jaden, he can clarify if these people are lying or not, because they're claiming that Jaden is the one that said it. And I
need Pascal up here then, and Jaden.
And now I will say, and if SW is in chat, that's Pascal's mod, also my mod. Pascal went live and he did a lot, and I wish to God he hadn't deleted it, but he did a live stream.
He did.
Correcting that.
He did a really good live.
Yeah. Right. You know what I'm talking about, where he was telling everybody, listen, I'm not leaving Sebastian's case. The vigil was lovely. I had a really good time. Nothing happened. He did say that.
He's got a newborn too. You know, I mean, he's got a family.
Newborn. You're correct.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yep, that's good. I don't believe anything until I actually see proof. I think based upon Mr. Seth Rogers' behavior on certain panels, especially on the panel that we're currently reviewing, I'm more inclined that his concept of like maybe comedy might be a little bit different than most people. Let's just say that much. So, I mean, unless I get some proof, I'm gonna be a little press X to down on that. I'm gonna need some proof, because honestly, I mean, this is the same guy.
Red Gang Cooter.
I kind of wish that word was just to disappear. I want that word to disappear. Can we like ban the word? We need to ban that word.
You don't like the word cooter.
I don't. It's a little overused at this point.
Look. Can you say it one time, Beaton? They want to hear you say it.
No, I'm not.
One time. Just one
They want to
time.
hear you say it one time.
No.
They want to hear it one time.
No, I think we're going to have to ban that word and ban everyone that uses that word for like 5 days.
That's too funny. Even the bird likes it.
Hey, is my mic, does it sound better now and not so loud? I apologize. I'm someone said that. Asked me
Look,
to
somebody
down.
said your bird is like the screeching hurts their ears with their mics because it's so like ear piercing. And I'm like, fuck, I barely even hear it. And she goes, no shit, I can hear it so good. I said, I can't fucking
I
hear
hear
it.
it.
What I tone I tone my birds out too. So you know what I'm saying? Like I don't hear them, but other people will.
Yeah, I hear it because I have headphones on, so I hear as clear as
Yeah.
like, night as day, loud as day.
Yeah, like that's what I was saying. Other people, I got emails like they're like, dang, that is so loud. Is that your bird? I was like, no, it's Michelle's, but it sounds like mine. They're like, no, it's you can hear it like super loud. Yours are like you can hear mine, but not, you know what I mean, not like as much. I think it's because yours is like maybe you know what I mean, like they're in a bigger room or something. I don't know because it's, you know what I mean.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just I just gave him another treat, so we'll see. But if he keeps persisting, then oh shit. Okay.
I think the problem is if you give him a treat every time he makes that noise, he's gonna probably know that's the trick to get more treats.
True.
YouTube bad actor said, and you know what? That is true. That is very true. You better stop doing that. YouTube bad actor says B Tim rides his rides. I thought, look, it's my dumb ass said it. I thought it said cooter. It says scooter. B Tim rides a scooter to Chili's. I thought he said B Tim rides a cooter to Chili's. You know, I had to laugh and talk some shit. There's a misfit cooter around here.
I'm regretting my decision pointing out that.
Scoot it forward, cooter gate. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm regretting my decision.
So Tony, I'm going to ask this because I'm not even going to lie. Like this thought's crossed my mind before too. Because with these cases, it's been crazy. Okay, it's been crazy. So this person says, if you are comfortable asking, I think many of us would like to know if Tony knew Chris Proudfoot through the crane industry. Tony as a salesman and Chris Proudfoot as an operator.
That's the question I had. Did you know Chris Proudfoot prior to this case?
1,000% no. So let me explain to you. I live in Oklahoma, as crazy as this sounds, and I cover northern Colorado, Wyoming, North and South Dakota, and Montana. In addition to that, so obviously Chris is in Tennessee. I don't even know that we have somebody that covers Tennessee. But in addition to not being, now the crane community, a lot of people like to say it's small. It is, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to know a guy that owns a crane company in Tennessee. In addition to that, I would never know a crane operator at all. Now, when Chris and I talked, we talked a couple of times about me representing the whole family. I wasn't even familiar with the company he worked for. We simply talked about the model of crane he operated. I was vaguely familiar with it. It's not a brand that we represent, but I would not know operators.
Oh shit, Miss Brittany Cooter's up here. What's up, girl?
Hey, you know it. I just wanted to apologize to your panel guest.
Why? What happened?
Because I came in hot and I ignored her.
Oh, girl, we don't give a fuck about that. Now, come on.
But
the Cooter cartels here.
Birds.
God damn it.
I feel like the birds give their opinion. So I say keep the birds because I feel like they just want to give their opinion.
Well, like Queen was saying, when you have a bird, you don't hear them like other people do.
Sidebar, I had to mute for a second because I'm being a petty ass 12-year-old. And I feel like B Tim's like my brother, and I just want to fucking talk shit and laugh right now at him.
I'm regretting my decision.
Like my brother fucking hates the word moist.
But I just wanted to say that. I'm sorry.
You're all right, baby. We don't give a shit. It's all good.
Okay. And let the birds give their opinion. I mean, they know tragedy pimps when they hear them. All right. Cooter beat him. Cooter.
Uh-oh.
Can we ban this person? We need to ban this person. I don't like this person. Yeah, ban him.
Sabi, you're up here. How you doing? We got a sidebar going.
I'm doing good. I'm hopefully not lagging too much.
No, you sound good to me.
Oh, good. Okay. Hey, B Tim. I'm gonna need you to follow me, okay? There's a method to making cooter palatable. No pun intended.
No.
Okay, but there you do have to clap, and Jay knows all about this. Okay, you have to do wide open cooter. Come on, do it. Everybody do it. Let Big Tim know. It makes it much better and more fun. Cooters can be fun. Try it.
I got fucking tears in my eyes right now laughing so hard.
Big Tim, I gotta jump down, but I gotta hear you do this to make it fun. Give a clap.
No comment. And,
give a clap.
We're gonna have to have you banned. How
Tim
long
said no comment, no clap, and no cooters.
No. Can you clap like
it
a
was
seal?
Nice talking to you. You have a nice day, ma'am.
No clapping cooters. No clapping cooters.
Okay, you will forever hate it. Then you will never be able to stand it. If you do it once, you'll be cured.
This little bee is gonna skedaddle.
All right. No, I was gonna try to cure him, but he doesn't want it. Yeah. And it's holistic. Completely holistic. No drugs involved. You just have to clap.
Clapping cooters.
Just
Oh, clapping cooters. All right. I'm out. Be Tim hopeless.
Yep, clapping cooters. Clap.
This is my response to you.
Clap when you say it.
No.
Oh my God, this is fucking funny. Oh man. Okay.
That's the Holy Spirit activate, like stopping it now. We're gonna
all right, here we go.
Holy Spirit.
All right, here we go. Back on track.
Because I'm generally dealing with owners or VPs or people that make buying decisions.
That's still a tie. That's a little weird. Still, right?
Say what?
Is that? I mean, so you didn't know him personally, but somehow there's ties to you in the crane world prior to this.
Oh, Brianna, here we go with the sidebar. What are you doing, girl?
I came up to remind B-Tim, because he is of the same generation I am. I'm the upper end of it from him, but we're the same one. Do you remember the Dukes of Hazzard?
According to Johnson, actually, I was born in the 19th century. I was technically, we were dealing. We had horse and buggy in our day, so I don't know what you're talking about. Dukes of Hazzard sounds like a recent show, right? I don't know what you're talking about.
Everybody's favorite character was Cooter, man. Everybody loved Cooter. Best character on the whole show.
Getting real, I grew up watching Married with Children and Jerry Springer. That was what I was doing. I wasn't watching Dukes of Hazzard. I'm telling you now. Loving that. You know what I mean? That's what I was watching. So, I mean, I was not watching Dukes of Hazzard. That stuff sounds boring.
You don't know what you were missing. Mm-hmm. Oh, well, that was all I wanted to add. I'll hop down. Sidebar over.
You have a good one.
She's sidebar over. All right, over and out. Here we go.
I guess the crane community. I didn't even think it was a crane community, but you were privy to that world prior to Sebastian's case.
Oh, I've been in the same industry for 8 years. Yes, ma'am.
Well, okay. Thank you.
There's 3 degrees of separation between everybody, right? Is that what it is? 3 degrees separation?
Yeah, I'm sure if he and I talk long enough, that maybe there's somebody that may have worked with him, that may have worked for another guy that knew a guy that I knew. But
right, I mean, if we talk long enough,
yeah,
we would find somebody. I'm sure that we know where we've talked to. Or that, I mean,
like Tim Mullen.
Yes. Ugh, Tim
Mullen. Have you ever met or talked to a Tim Mullen? Are you familiar with Summer Wells's case, son?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, sir.
No, ma'am. I know nothing about Summer Wells's case.
Okay, I was just wondering.
But no, I did not.
You don't know no Tim Mullen though. No, like I am being funny, but at the same time I am being serious. Is that a no for knowing Tim Mullen?
I don't know anybody named Tim Mullen.
Okay, thank you.
And like
that's
I said,
just for my own little tinfoil cap question, Tony.
I did not never have knew of Chris or Katie or any other family or anything like that. And I probably talked to him. I want to say 2 or 3 times I talked to him and Katie together. And honestly, I think that when they could not get over the fact that Seth is the one that had brought me in and was trying to get me to represent the whole family. We did an interview with Pascal. It was the first interview that we did. We made it very clear that we were, they were still up in the air on whether or not they were going to use me. And I made it very clear that we were not going to talk bad about Chris or Katie, that we were simply going to talk about Sebastian. we did that. I came back over from my office to my house, and I was sitting in the recliner in the bedroom, and my wife was, "Hey, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Hope you guys had fun." You too, buddy. And so I was sitting in the recliner in my bedroom, and it was about 10:30 at night, and I get a call from Chris, and I thought that he was calling to tell me that he thought we had a good interview and he appreciated us not letting anybody pile on Katie or anything like that. And he called and started getting nasty with me. And without going into great detail, when we got off the phone, we had an agreement that he wasn't going to talk to me like he's talked to some of these ladies. So and I did cuss him out, and I own that, and I do the same thing again. And I talked to him on speakerphone in front of my wife, and I never talked to the man again after that night.
So I own it, and
Yeah,
I'll
because
do it
I
again.
remember I think back to that one of the phone calls he had where he said that he had a talk with you, and that it was off, like you being the spokesperson for both family members.
Yeah, it was definitely off.
So he was. Oh man, I had a question regarding. There's actually a couple, and one will come back to me in a minute. I forgot what it was, but I'm trying to think about things that I've heard that you might know the answer to. Let's talk about the news interview with Seth when he was on the boat with Sonar.
Okay.
I am so sick of hearing this. People are saying that boat was rented for the sole purposes of Seth to do a photo op, and that there was no search that day.
He probably could have borrowed a boat for that.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I don't think it was like for a photo op. I think they just took the boat out and went and fucked off, and then thought they found something, so they used that. You know what I mean? Like as far as like a clickbait thing to go on the news with. That's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was anything but they're like, well, we can use this boat and we can just sail around and hopefully we'll find something and also take a picture and put it in Photoshop. I think it served two purposes. So, this is my opinion. I don't think they rented a boat and just took a picture of the boat and said, okay, we're done for today. We're gonna have we're gonna go to Chili's today. We're gonna have like our special Chili's 2-for-1 special. No, they decided to just probably do a little bit of a search on the water. It probably wasn't that effective. And then they took a picture and it was like, okay, this will be good a photo op. That's what I think. That's my opinion.
I'm like,
That's a reach.
That's absolutely disgusting. It was my boat. It's still my boat. We searched with another couple that came to town to help that were in the boat with us. We searched for 4 days. It was probably 104 degrees in the shade those days. And we searched until he just couldn't go any longer. Each day, there was no, when I talked to Jamie Vaughn at Channel 2 News, she asked me how the search was going. And I told her that, kind of gave her the rundown. I gave her the process of looking for things that didn't belong, items of interest, so to speak. She asked me to send her a picture of Seth driving the boat. We moved out to an area on a mud flat so that it wouldn't show anybody where we were searching. And I gave her the picture she asked for. And that was really it. Unfortunately, they went on further. And I gave her a 30-minute dissertation. There you go. There's Jaden right there.
Yep. I want to make sure that's highlighted. Look at that, you guys.
I'm just telling you guys, there's so much misinformation. It's like a rainstorm of information every day we get out of bed.
Well, this right here is particularly disgusting, Tony, because I didn't want to repeat it, but I'm going to tell you what they are claiming that he said.
I've already heard it. I heard it earlier today.
It's sickening, you guys. I mean, and I'm going to tell you something else that I've heard. And here's another question I got for you to maybe dispel. So they're saying that Seth search teams, he ran the search teams off because he was being very inappropriate with all the women that were helping.
Well, let me just tell you this. You've got some nice ladies on the panel tonight. If you were volunteering helping somebody and they made you feel uncomfortable one time, would you continue to keep coming back and coming around that person?
Never.
I mean, that should tell you everything you want to know. And Jaden, if you're listening, I hope you're doing okay, buddy. Jaden is a phenomenal kid. His girlfriend is incredible. His family's incredible. Very important part of Seth's life. And the fact that people are even saying that is absolutely disgusting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you're labeling.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't even know if we need confirmation that was even Jaden in the chat. Maybe it was. It might have been. I don't know. I just don't know if it was or not.
I don't know. That would have been a great person to put on a panel and say, hey, come on up, Jaden. Hey, do you have 5 minutes? Do you have 2 minutes? Can you jump on up and clear this up, please? But apparently, Miss Nina, the dragon lady, whatever, and that jewel lady was more important than the person that would have cleared up a rumor that everyone was talking about. and would have been a witness to this incident. But whatever, I'm just an idiot. I don't have no idea. I am not a genius PR person like Mr. Tony Mathis.
There was another question. He didn't answer it. He did the McDonald's thing. He didn't answer the question. He asked Brittany a question, but he didn't answer her question.
Well, Brittany can't handle the truth, just like the movie. You can't handle the truth. That's what's happening. No, it's just like what he does is he whittles you down with bullshit, and then he'll sneak like a little bit in there, and then he'll move on, because that's what he does. He just like whittles you down with a bunch of bullshit. He's the worst. I hate people like that. I feel like if you live in New York, it's like answer the fucking question and move on. If you're in an interview and you're having a conversation with the content creator or something, answer the question. If you want to preference the reason behind your answer, I get it. Like, did you go to McDonald's? Yes, because I was hungry. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. But like, if someone says, "Did you go to McDonald's?" And you say, "Yeah." Well, I walked out, I took a shower, and basically I put on my pants and I put on my favorite shirt, and then I made sure to brush my teeth and brush my hair, and then I almost forgot my keys. Guys. And then I walked outside, and then I locked my house, and I walked over to the McDonald's, and I saw like they had a new special on, and I was debating on what to get from the McDonald's. And eventually I did go to McDonald's, but then I got like a McGriffin or whatever, McMuffin. And then I decided to just, eat it there. And then I went back home. And it's like, we don't need all that motherfucking other details. Can you just answer the motherfucking question?
Yep, he completely avoided that question.
Yeah, that's just my opinion. Oh, by the way, Queen, you got a donation from Care Bear. Broom says tutor or I take my SC. Who is Broom and who says tutor? Tutor. McGriffin. Yeah, I did say McGriffin accidentally. But like, yeah, the guy doesn't answer a question. He's not actually, he's supposed to say Tim says, or I take my SC back, autocorrect. Well, Queen can say it. Not me. Okay.
Hey, while we're waiting, does anybody know about this whole being cleared thing? If there's no evidence that a crime happened, what are they going to clear him from? From him running away? Or, I mean, to be cleared for something, there doesn't have to be evidence pointing to that he truly is a suspect. Does anybody know? That's an area that I don't know a whole lot about.
It's like half your question, because I was literally like, my internet died for a second, and it was
okay. Yeah, so with Seth wanting to be cleared, he hasn't been accused of anything, or there hasn't been any evidence that points to him that we know of. What are they going to clear him of? I don't understand. Clear him of nothing? I mean,
well, I mean, like, the fact is that the case is about a missing child. It's not to clear anyone. I feel like, the focus of going to the authorities and saying, "Hey, clear Seth," just, clear him immediately. It's like, I mean, if I was in the position of Seth, I would not give a fuck. I would be like, just keep on looking for my son. I don't give a fuck if you think, you haven't cleared me officially on the paper, and I would move on. I mean, the end of the day, I mean, what you're going to need is you're going to need a large number of people to either comb those woods and comb that area even more, or you're going to need, the help of authorities and people in the public. And I feel like you're burning a lot of bridges with this guy, with this Tony Mathis guy. But this is my opinion.
Yeah, in the chat, she says, I don't know how to say her name. Oh, shoot, where did it go? Seth has not got his electronics back, and I think there's some connection that they're working on, just my opinion.
Well,
that's definitely a possibility. But, like, he doesn't have any charges. And
I
thought it
get.
would only be cleared, like, if there's something to clear, a charge to clear. So, I don't know. Like I said, it's something that I don't know a lot about, so.
I mean, I think they're not just like their priorities. The police's priorities is to find the missing child. It's not to, clear one parent or clear another. If the evidence leads to the guilt of a person, they will investigate and gather evidence. It is not to work for Mr. Tony Mathis to, work for PR for him, because this is all just a PR stunt for Mr. Tony Mathis. He wants Seth clear so he can basically do a PR campaign, shit on Katie, and say, yep, she's guilty. My client looks completely innocent, and he's cleared on the record. And we will start the PR, tour. And it's like, that's pretty much it. Quinn, are you there? All right, she probably is doing things. But that's just exactly it. This is all a PR game by Mr. Tony Mathis, in my opinion. The whole clear stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
it is. I mean, like, what reason? I mean, would you want to basically force the police's hand? Let's say Katie was guilty. Let's say we go into we go into like the world of imagination. We believe Katie was guilty. Would it be a good idea for the cops to show their hand to a possible guilty person and say, yep, we don't suspect Seth of anything, and we absolutely think she did it, and you know what? We're not going to, we're just going to show up all the evidence we got, but we're not going to arrest her. We're just going to basically just tell her that we think she did it, and we have all the evidence. You don't think that might have a problem with a person who has money, the means to leave a country, to leave a location if they need it to be, or, they has a child in their care, or anything like that? Do you think that would be like a really smart move when it comes to this situation? I don't know. I don't think that's a very smart move, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm going to have to do some digging because I'm just curious about that.
All right, here we go.
Yep. Oh, by the way, you got $50, by the way, from Care Bear. And a message.
Whoa, wait a minute. I didn't even see that. Hold on, baby. Wait a minute. Hold on. Care Bears. What?
Nice one.
Broom says tutor. Or I take Broom says tutor. I take my SC. What's the SC mean? I don't know. Wonderlusting. Love you, Queen. Thank you for being for 10 months. Sapphire Eyes, new member. Deborah Merrill, new member. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Susie or Suze. Thank you for becoming a new member. And let's see here. Sleuth Investigates has been. Oh, we already read that one. Okay. That was sweet of you, Miss Care Bears. I think she meant to say B. Tim says cooter, but it says Broom says tutor. Or I take back my super chat. That must be the SC super chat.
She could try. We could try, but we will. I'm gonna get that one.
Forget it. Just take the super chat. I'll just I can't say it.
Yeah. You can take it. Take it away.
I'm gonna have to put your name as Broom.
NFT gifted a membership too. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Every time, hold on. Every time I see you call him Seth, it makes me laugh.
I like that too. Cooter Broom.
The Cooter Broom. Oh shit.
I mean, as a predator.
That's the easiest thing. Like, so the easiest thing online is that person's a crackhead or that person's a pedo. Sorry for Brittany, but that's like not the best way. But you know what I mean. That's why I kind of don't believe it, because it's just so easy. I mean, it's like Amber Heard. As women, we're taught we trust what the woman says always, but no, it's 2024 and women lie and they get it over on men all the time. I'm sorry. So that is hard for me. I want proof of that before I condemn a man of that.
Well, I don't. One thing you very rarely hear me do, if ever, is actually defend myself. I hate to qualify things that are being said, and if you start defending, it qualifies those things. But don't you think it's pretty sick that they did an overlay of a private part and tried to make it look like I exposed myself when I'm talking about a child.
So, one thing about that, Tony, there is someone said they had the original one.
Well, you know, that's not true if you know anything about TikTok, because the only guy that has the original is the account owner. And I played the original on a live the next night for everybody to see. And then the girls that were in the panel also told everybody we were on the live. It didn't happen, but we're going to play the live again. And I videoed me going into the live folder, picking the live from the previous night and played it through. But it's a very, very simple editing trick. I fly a drone and I have an editing software I use. And all you have to do is stack a shadow over the video itself and drag that into 2 or 3 seconds of duration. And there you've got an overlay. You know how it works, Justin.
Yeah. I mean, I never thought it was anything to begin with personally, but
then they took that video and sent it to my employer and tried to damage my family's income.
My God. Oh, wow.
That's too far.
I've always had questions about that, regardless if it's Tony Mathis or it's Justin. I would have problems because just the logicality of that doesn't even make sense.
The same thing as going to get Don Wells fired at work. Like, did that bring Summer home? No.
Yeah. I mean, so, you're talking about a 29-year marriage that I have, a very good marriage. You're talking about a college graduate and another child that's 15, and you're willing to damage their livelihood because of why? You don't like the guy that chose to help him? I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was a crazy act for sure.
So, when people have gotten to the point that they've gotten this dramatic and vile, or they're causing problems for what we're trying to do, it's very hard for me to want to go back and try to mend fences with them, because I wasn't friends with them to begin with, and they weren't in Seth or my life, before this happened. So when somebody shows their true colors, I mean, it doesn't really benefit us to go back and try to turn somebody bad good, if that makes sense.
Well, no, and I wouldn't think that would be the role either, right?
No, it's definitely not my job to do that.
Right.
But there's no questions. There's no questions off limits for me, as long as it's, as long as you're not asking me to, to share private stuff about Seth, which I know you wouldn't do. And
no,
as long as you're not asking me to read Seth's mind or whatever.
No. And from the way that you've explained it, you pretty much see that we do support him. We do. I think it's horrible. And it's almost like people, no matter what.
So we're gonna live in a magical fantasy. I love how he's told, like, the editing software, like, I draw a drone, and that makes me a super editor. And all you need to do is put this overlay over there for a split second, and boom, you got it. But you know what? You know what actually makes this fucking argument that I'm stating full of shit? Because Dolly was live at the time, and basically he saw it in a live stream and reacted to it while the stream was going on. Now, he did not show it, but I don't trust the Dolly Vision live stream, and don't trust that evil critters lady who basically was also live streaming it and typing in that chat. No, sirree, did not do that. No, don't trust those live streamers. No. It's that evil Java Justice that edited that software. She used her super hacking abilities. To put that overlay on there, and proceeded to free me to stop me from helping Seth. It was her, and I know this because I one time while I was in Idaho, a Fox representative said, "Hey, we really want to get those headshots of that house where those 4 children died, or teenagers died, and we really need some sort of super hacker drone driver." And I said, "You know what? I am that super hacker drone driver," and I flew that drone up there and I took a picture for that Fox News. And I'm the greatest PR person in the world, but they're trying to just like attack my client, which I do not have a contract with, nor any sort of paperwork to denote that he is my client.
He should just come out and admit it and get it over with, because it's insulting for him to imply that because 2 women were on his panel with him that day that it didn't happen.
Well, I mean the problem is that you have Dolly Vision, who was live reacting. He was watching and he wasn't putting it on the screen, and he stated it looked kind of like that. He said it on a live stream. Yep. You have Crimes Critters that was live streaming it, and she's typing, and you can see as she's typing, it's there. You can hear flushing in the background when there's no music being played.
Yep.
What happened? And the guy is just full of shit. Like he absolutely is full of shit. Now I get why he's denying it. I would deny it to the dying day if that happened to me. I am not even lying. I would not sit here and say, just admit it. Admit that you showed your peen. I would, and honestly, I would lie. I would say, yeah, it was an overlay. It was this other. It was a hot dog, a pickle. I was having Nathan's or something. I would make up every excuse in the book, but don't think that where people are going to believe it. I mean, I get it. I understand, sir, but I'm not stupid. I looked into it. Believe me. I mean, we're already in one sort of litigation. You don't think I looked up and made sure to check my, dot my I's and cross my T's when I said to myself, oh, let me find an actual unedited version and listen to it and see if it's true and if it's not bullshit. Because believe me, and then I watched your live stream, your supposed live stream whereby you disprove this thing. And it was a different live stream. We heard different audio from another live stream with three different people from a live stream. And also, for some reason, you edited out who the people were on your panel. You actually blocked them out on the video, which was like, why? If there was nothing wrong with what you were doing on that video, why block out their faces? Why edit that out? But it wasn't. But that's besides the point. It was another live stream you were pointing at the camera at your laptop, and that's what happened. I mean,
no, it's just insulting. I think like we're all a bunch of idiots, and I don't like liars. It's one of the things that just makes my skin crawl.
Yeah, that was my attempt at a southern accent. That is absolutely correct.
You did really good, Rome.
I don't know how that sounds. It probably sounded terrible. I was trying to be like that rooster from that cartoon. Got the rooster's name.
It was good. It was really good.
But anyway.
It'll say in the data if somebody goes in to inspect that, it'll say if it's been tampered with. And by him lying, I mean it's just someone like me, it's like, okay, I want to get to the bottom of this. I want to find out. Let's get to the bottom of this. But if he just came out originally and said, because clearly it was an accident. I don't think he did it on purpose. I would be. But yeah, people are always going to challenge it because he keeps denying it. Because there are people, like you said, that saw it live.
Yeah. Says, yeah, that's true. I think someone saying it was degrading, that person, I don't know, whatever. Listen, you can, I give full permission for anyone to do a New York City accent. Come up here. Do a New York City accent. Do the axe. I'll axe you later. I'll axe you another time, and you can pause. You know what I mean? Go for it. I give you full permission to do that. I'll let you clown New York a little bit. It was a cross of occasion Boston funny when you go. Yeah, well, I tried, and it was a failure. It looks like. I was just kidding. But anyway, I mean, like the fact is this guy was full of shit, and he knows he's full of shit, and. I just, to be honest with you, like all these people on the panel are just kind of just too scared to say anything because they don't want to be like, listen, we've seen the video. We pretty much know because listen, I'm sure Brittany's seen almost every single fucking live when it came to this case and seen every single TikTok live when it came to this case. I'm sure, Shira might have seen it. These people seen it, and but they're probably scared to even bring it up because they're afraid of scaring this guy off the panel. That's the truth, I think.
But I mean, there's a way that they can ask questions that he might not want to answer, and if you approach him in the right way, I think he would answer.
No, I don't think he will.
Yeah, no, I take that back. Rewind. Yep. No,
back it up, Terry.
He doesn't answer questions.
And see, hold on a minute. Look, minding everyone's business says here, I was on Dolly's live when that happened, and he was shocked and at a loss for words. Told us to go look and see if we saw what he was seeing. It was Tiny Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, and you have JLR's. You have JLR's group who we're talking about in the Facebook group. Apparently, I heard when that live stream was happening. It was multiple groups, and these are not like bestest friends. I don't think Crime Critters is hanging out with Dolly. I don't think JLR's friendly with Dolly. These are separate groups of people that all saw the same thing. Unless we had a Mandela effect, the weirdest Mandela effect I've ever seen in my life, then I think something happened. Something was on that screen that looked like a penis, in my opinion.
It was a penis.
That's your opinion. To me, it looked like one. I thought I heard a flush, and I personally think, in my opinion, that you probably went to the bathroom, and it went through the green screen. Simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
And now, does that make you a weirdo and everything? No, I think you made a mistake, and I get why you're denying it, because I would deny it too. I would deny it to my dying day. I would not want to be a PR guy that's talking about a missing child, and suddenly, while I'm saying I can keep professional, I can keep above board, and then suddenly my penis pops out on the face of a missing child. I would probably be mortified. I'd probably leave the internet, to be honest with you. I'd be like, Queen, that is my last. Yeah, that would be like, Queen, I'm leaving. I'll keep in the bushes, but I'm never coming on panel again. And I'm deleting my account. Goodbye, and I'd be gone. And that would be that. That's the truth, because I'd be mortified. I'd make an apology. I definitely would apologize, but I'd just definitely disappear from the internet after that.
Well, I mean, Raymond, anything can be faked. I mean, but no, I don't. I mean, honestly, I don't think it was. I think it was an accident. I think he had a fucking slip up and it was an accident. And then he was like, oh, fuck, deny.
The problem with the fake theory is because it was done. Everyone was
Not a
reacting.
nub.
Everyone was reacting while it was live streaming. So for someone, no one can just edit something like that quickly. It's not possible. You know what I mean? The only person that could do something like that would be Tony Mathis, because it was live streamed. Yep. It wasn't like 24 hours later, it popped out in a random video. It was live streamed and people noticed it live streamed. And that's the problem. And he can't deny it. And, as much as he wants to, I get it why he's denying it, but just saying, people caught it. Anyway,
yeah, he tried to say he played back his TikTok live, but I don't know about that.
He played a separate live. He played another live and then blocked out all three of the other panel guests with one of those blurry visions, and then literally was talking about another subject.
Yeah, he didn't play what he said he played.
Yeah, if you want to play more.
All right, here we go. We'll play a little bit more of this, and then I'm gonna get off here because we've been on here almost 3 hours now. We'll have to do the rest of it tomorrow or something because there's a whole lot of this shit. Okay, here we go.
The man does. There's always an ill motive that they seem to think that he has, and which is bringing me to this question. Tasha, thank you for asking this because I've questioned this myself. Tony, do you think that the Prophets or the Power Socks are paying creators off to talk bad about Seth to take the heat off of them?
Shit, I don't know.
I know that's a hard one to answer because,
if you had to just answer on your if you weren't just answering on your gut, what would you say? Take your professional hat off for just 10 seconds. What's your gut tell you?
Listen, I just think that's all far fetched. I mean,
okay, that's fair.
It's like me paying somebody to stalk somebody. I mean, we've all got families, and regardless of what I think about Chris or Katie, regardless of what I think about law enforcement or anybody else, I mean, if I don't have proof, I'm gonna keep doing my job. I mean, you don't ever hear me hardly ever talk about anything to do with Chris or Katie. When I talk about law enforcement, you hear me say that I think my client deserves better communication and more answers, but I don't get specific. I don't attack a guy that's out there trying to do his job. I just simply say that I think the communication could be better, and I think that they should answer the question, are you any closer today to finding Sebastian than you were February 26th? And right. I think that's a fair question.
It is. I do too. I do too, because it's amazing to me that I'm really shocked that they haven't given us a press conference yet to kind of quail some of the rumors that have been dredged up.
I agree, and here's what I think, Brittany. I watched another rumor you've heard is that I was trying to represent the families of the Idaho 4.
Yes.
Which is absolutely absurd. I'll
put that.
You
were there. Where did you go? Did you go to Moscow?
I did. I'll tell you exactly. Yep. I'll tell you exactly what happened. So I never followed true crime until Gabby Petito, because I had a teenage daughter. That one kind of hit home with me, and I took an interest in it, and I started watching it when I was over at my office working, and then I kind of got to where I followed a bunch of these creators. So I kind of followed them right into the Moscow case after that. So I took my family to ski in Big Sky, Montana for our family vacation. And when I just was intrigued with that, that house and everything that had happened. Because again, three of those girls were essentially, teenage or a little older children like my daughter. And so when I dropped my family off at the hotel or at the airport there in Bozeman, Montana, they flew home and I started my work trip, which is usually about 3 weeks. Well, I was sitting over in Western Montana in a town called Missoula. And,
I've heard of that. Wow.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place. And so I'm sitting over there I dropped them off Saturday and I thought, I'm sitting over here on Sunday and I got nothing to do. So I pulled up my GPS and I was like 3 hours from Moscow. And I thought, you know what, I'm going to drive over there and check that town out, see that house and just, and my main mission was to take something, which I did, and put it on, the little memorial in front of the house. Well, I'm standing out there. They had a security guy out there and they had a tent set up and they had some media people out there. Now this would have been, give you an idea time frame wise, would have been like the second week of January.
Yep.
So I'm talking to a guy from Fox News and he says, I really wish we had a drone. I'd like to get some drone footage of over the house and then kind of over the Sigma Chi house and whatnot. And I said, well, I actually have a drone in my truck. If you'd like, I'll sign a release and give you, if you tell me what you want, I'll get you some footage. And so I launched the drone and I gave him, got him what he wanted and gave him the SD card, let him download it. And then I went over to the corner club to watch a football game. And
so basically he loaned him his boat, took a couple pictures, and that was that, right?
Well, also apparently the multi-billion-dollar corporation Fox doesn't have a drone, and they used his drone to get the footage, and he wasn't going there for himself to be a fucking true crime tourist so he can get footage for himself and put it on his Facebook. He was just there, just randomly to go to the memorial, and Fox came up to him and said, "Hey, you want to help us out? We don't have a drone. We're not a multi-billion-dollar corporation. We don't know."
But meet him. He was intrigued. So that therefore he had the right to do that.
What about the fact that he just admitted that he was following creators over here when he played dumb, like he didn't know what this was about?
Right.
Yeah, true crime just fell in his lap.
Well, and then he goes on, he just talks about other shit. Like, I went to the bar and I had a meal and I was watching football and no. How about you answer the goddamn question? Why didn't you just say it was my boat? We used my boat. We went on the water. We searched a couple of days and we took a photo. Boom, done, donezo. That's it. I don't need all this other explanation. It doesn't matter. But you talk too much, and you're like the worst person when it comes, because when you talk too much of the bullshit comes out. Eventually, you let things slip, like going after people's IP addresses, or apparently that you think you're some sort of super editor or stuff like that.
And while I was over there, I pulled my laptop out and I thought, I've got some cool pictures and some video. I'm just going to make a tribute video to the 4 victims. And I don't have, if you've looked at my YouTube channel, I think I got like 4 followers. And I thought, I'll just put this on YouTube so I can put it on Facebook, because I got a lot of friends back home that are following the case. And, so I posted that video. Well, unfortunately, when I got involved in this, my Facebook was pretty much public. It's not now. But somebody went and took that video from Moscow and took it and ran with it. And the next thing you know, I'm trying to be somebody's spokesperson.
Oh,
so that's how crazy that got twisted. And that video, by the way, is still on my YouTube channel.
Do you know what happened with Caleb Harris's social medias, his TikTok and stuff, after he went missing? So there's a comment here. Caught my eye. Ask about Caleb Harris TikTok being taken over after it was monetized.
So first
what's
off,
that mean? Sorry.
Off, it was never.
Wait a minute. He has a YouTube channel? Did he just say YouTube channel?
I'm not sure.
He just said
He
YouTube.
said Facebook and YouTube, and he said on YouTube he only has like 4 followers, and now we just.
I would love to know what his YouTube channel is. That'd be great. It's, very interesting. Voices, tell me the truth. You listened to my southern accent. Was it really that bad? My fake southern accent.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Was my fake southern accent that bad? People are saying.
Yeah, it is, but it's okay. It reminds me back of the days of Carol Burnett and the Cunnilingus. where she's wearing the drapes and all of that. Yeah, it's okay though.
Okay, well, that's the last time I do it. That will be the last. That will definitely be the last. I'll have to work on my Southern accent. All right, if you want to hit the play. Just waiting for Queen to play.
I just cannot believe how this guy just keeps telling on himself and telling on himself and telling on himself.
Oh, it's because he's an idiot. I think he tells on himself. He makes himself sound worse and worse and worse, and that's pretty much it. Let's see. His YouTube channel is called Drone. Nice try, Sloopin. That was nice. You almost got me with that one, Sloop Investigates. You almost got me. But what do you think of this? Voices. I think Queen stepped away from him. I don't know. She's about to play button.
Listen, I've been listening. I had to go run and check on Grandma and then take her out to do a couple of errands and stuff. And I've been listening. I had you in my earbuds. I truly believe that what my first assessment of it was that he's coming out here to muddy the waters and rewrite part of history and make it be like, well, I'm not going to say that they're not true, but I'm not also going to say that they're false. Like, listening to some of the things that he's saying, there's a direct reason why he's out here running this ahead of time, and and he keeps like getting you lost in the weeds so that you forget what they're trying to get him to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, I think he jumped on a panel that basically probably didn't look at his reply or listen to the original video. And unfortunately, the content creators on that channel should have probably, I'm pretty sure Brittany J probably saw it, like 90% sure she saw that live, with that particular image. And I'm pretty sure she's done research on it. And she might have her opinion, her public opinion, but I'm sure her opinion is different behind closed doors. She probably doesn't want to say it because she wants to stay friendly with Mr. Seth and basically have him go in a chat. I get it. It is what it is, but, it is what it is.
And then now we hear how he got into all of this, all because he took his family to a ski trip in Big Sky and then makes the 7-hour trek over to Missoula for work. And then from there, he realizes he's 3 to 4 hours from Moscow. So he's going to go ahead and drive on over to Idaho. And then, now the rest is history.
Yeah, I think that's probably some of it might be true, but I think the majority of it is bullshit. I think I honestly think he probably wanted to get into true crime, and that was his goal. You know what I mean?
I believe that he was there for vacation. I believe he was in Big Sky to ski because many of us go to Big Sky to ski in the winter. It's very pricey. Bozeman is extremely expensive. The only other place that's more expensive than Bozeman is Jackson Hole. So it means he has a nice little chunk of change. I know that he did say that he covers Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, North and South Dakota for his area. So Idaho is not listed in one of those states. But I also do believe that both things could be true. But I just find it convenient that, I don't know how to make a video, but I'm going to go ahead and make a tribute video because these girls were like my daughter's age. And, I just gone ahead and gone over here. And so there you go.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know. Wayne's back. Tim found his YouTube channel. It's under Tony Mathis. The video is called Tribute to Idaho. Okay.
And I agree with what Angel just said. I do believe that he would, he picked a panel that wouldn't give him a lot of pushback. Yeah, Wabi, that's kind of weird, right? Worth every penny that Seth's not paying him. Good point.
All right, yeah, I found it. Found his YouTube tribute to the Idaho 4 video. Interesting. Let's see. That's some. That's interesting.
Well, you know.
Tony even dressed Seth at one point. Yeah, I tossed in the back chat for the voices.
Missoula runs with scissors. Missoula to Moscow is only, I think it's like 4.
Don't forget the federal process server. He was a federal process server as well, apparently. So, see, he's an accidental YouTuber, spokesman, PR, green salesman, open. I'll omit that last part just in case. Just in case. But yeah, it's not good, Mr. Tony Mathis. And for drone operator and editor. He's an editor.
Oh, Jaden is Karen's son. Karen was one of the ladies that helped sit at the table at the, oh gosh, the name of the water, whatever the parking lot was where they were working on the searches and all of that.
I am the law. I don't know, man. That guy is definitely interesting. I don't know. Let's see. Have you seen Karen lately? I mean, Karen Reed? Yeah. She's doing the tours. The last controversy, I think, was the radio show, but she was on. She wanted to go. She had dinner with a radio show host and talked, but it wasn't aired. Let's see. Is there a time zone in there?
Yeah, I think part of northern Moscow is in, or northern Idaho is in Pacific time.
Oh, okay. Okay. Queenie, you there?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I was trying to make a coffee.
You're making a coffee? At what time?
5:30. It's decaf.
It's late. You're not supposed to drink coffee.
It's decaf.
Still. It's not. It's coffee is a morning.
Are you fucking policing my life? Do you want some McNuggets thrown at you, dude?
You will stop drinking coffee at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Holy crap.
I got another 8 hours before I go to bed. Come on now.
Karen. Yeah, that's why I said, if Jaden jumped on that panel, did Jaden? I mean, I don't know if Green's here. I think Green stepped away. Because sometimes, Green got things to do. Let me see. Did Jaden jump up?
Part of Idaho, the panhandle of Idaho is in Pacific.
Let me see if he jumped up. No, he did not jump up. Okay. He did not jump up. I would think that person, I'd be like, yo, can you jump up for 2 minutes? Some of us stay awake after 10. I sometimes go to bed at 10. Sometimes I go to bed at 11. Sometimes I stay up till 11:30. Depends. because I'm a morning person. I will, you know,
I
like
don't got nothing. I don't got nothing on my agenda. Easy Mondays, right? Sunday, Monday are my days off. So
unfortunately, I have to go to work on Monday. It's a very long day, actually. It's not fun. To be in downtown Brooklyn for tomorrow is going to be fun. It's going to be a very long day. Let's just say that much. Very
I
long.
saw y'all were getting all that smoke from the Canadian wildfires that we had. So that your sky, it's up high and it like is filtering out your sun.
Well, the problem is, we would love to show his rant, but he likes striking channels. The last time he struck this channel because we had a still image of him, and he struck the channel. So probably that's going to be like no, because he will strike channels. He strikes channels a lot. No, BTM, you don't work. You are a retired 83-year-old with long gray hair. You got me, JP. Actually,
you catfish you.
Yeah, actually, I was a stunt person. I'm a retired stunt person for Lord of the Rings. I was the stunt person for Gandalf the Grey, and you know, now that the Lord of the Rings is kind of kaput, I'm kind of retired now. I guess I'm retired from the Lord of the Rings.
I have family in Sandpoint, which is just south of Coeur d'Alene. That's the only reason I know.
But anyway, I don't know. I'm not sure what's the situation. I guess let me see. Yeah, let me see. But do you eat dinner at 5 p.m.? I actually mostly skip lunch, because my work sometimes requires me to skip lunch. And I will eat my dinner/lunch around 3. So, yeah.
It's an iced coffee, and I hadn't had any coffee at all today. I was often doing other things, so.
Yep. One moment. Let me see. Then let me see. At least my looter for us. Nice try. Were you the same one that said in the chat night that Beaton was mean to you? I thought Beaton was 40 or old white man with dark, short, wavy hair and some muscles, about 5'9". No, actually, according to a certain YouTuber, I am a 65-year-old incel with long gray hair, and I'm retired, and I'm poor. I'm really extremely poor, and that's the stuff. What's a nice try? Nice try, Brent Toast. Nice try, but that will not happen. Nice try. That's not going to happen.
You guys are doing great.
But you're going to have a very busy day on Monday. For a certain individual. Oh my God. I don't know if you have enough time. You might need to do a 3-hour live for fucking 3-hour live for Monday, Brent Toast. Nice try. But yeah, I don't like. I mean, let me see. How about a cute, nice try? Beats in Hooter. No, I will not. But anyway, I don't know. I think most of it, by listening to almost this entire fucking thing with this interview with this guy, I found this guy just very, very Tony Mathis dishonest. I found him just to be full of shit on almost everything that he said. And also, for a guy who's supposed to take responsibilities for a team, because that's what leaders do, they take responsibilities. If the team fails, the leader fails. You know what I mean? Because you created the team.
Right.
And he doesn't want to. Yeah. And he doesn't want to take responsibility for any of that shit. So he's blaming everyone else. He doesn't want to get along with other people. And he's burning bridges left and right. And he's Neanderthal. Like, he's basically just saying a whole story. Did you ever go to eat at Hooters? The wings are so good. No, I don't eat at that establishment. And I'm vegan, so obviously I would not be eating a chicken.
He doesn't eat chicken either.
Yeah.
How long have you been vegan, Tim? Hello?
10.
10?
Maybe I forgot.
That's pretty cool. I've been
minimum of 10 years.
vegetarian for about 34, 35 years.
Oh, okay, cool.
And sometimes I have days where it's vegan, but since
Yeah.
sometimes I have something with milk in it, not drinking actual milk, or an egg in it or something. So I don't call myself a vegan.
Yeah, I am. So that would be a vegetarian mostly.
What's that?
That would be a vegetarian.
Yep.
It says, Room says, clutch pearls. If you want
Who is this? Who do we got back here? What?
I don't even know who's back here.
Well, I mean, I didn't let him in yet, so I don't know. Golf Inspector Pro, what up?
Hi, ladies. Hi, Tim.
How are you?
Good. I've been on your show before once.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. I was like, wait a minute.
It's been a
who's this
while.
back here?
It's been a while. I don't know how far you guys got on this video that you're watching, but I don't know. Did you show the beginning of it where Seth was in the chat, right?
Well, we couldn't
Supposedly.
see the chat.
Oh, okay. So I watched it, and Seth was in the chat, and then I think her name is Cher. She started questioning, like, Seth, if you signed any documents, I just need a yes or no answer.
Oh,
He
that's
would not.
right.
Yeah, and he would not answer. He just disappeared. And all of a sudden, Tony comes on the show and he's like, well, I'm speaking for Seth. And that made me question. And then he also said that Seth is traveling, meaning he's not in front of a computer.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Yeah, so who was under Seth's account? Was that Tony? Did he hijack Seth's account?
Yeah,
on
that is
YouTube?
weird.
And I was like, did nobody notice that? I was like, what the hell?
You noticed that.
I think he was on there initially, and then he left because I searched the names, and for a little bit he was on there, and then I searched again, and he wasn't.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, that was I forgot about that part.
And the only reason I'm bringing it up is because Tony comes on all of a sudden. Like, he wasn't even in chat at that point. And then Seth disappears. It takes a minute or two. And then Tony comes into chat. And then Tony says, well, Seth is traveling. He's and I'm like, well, then who was in chat?
Well, he could have been on his phone in chat.
Yeah.
I've been traveling down the highway and been on my phone and been in chat.
Absolutely. I believe that. But it seemed very sus to me, to be honest with you, because of
now
the
that you
question.
say it like that, it almost sounds like he was on Seth's account and then hopped over to his, because it was like boom, boom. Yeah, you're right. I didn't think
Like
about
the progression of the things, how it happened. I was like, wow.
good call.
I'm just questioning it. I'm not saying that was not Seth, but it was weird. It was very odd. And
I think honestly there's a like this. It's an interesting thought process because he does take control over the people's. He represents social media. He did that for TikTok.
Yeah.
And could there be a possibility that he has a password for, Seth's YouTube channel? I mean, but the thing is that I would say that I didn't really see. Was Seth talking in the chat while Tony was live?
No, he did not. I made sure to check. He did not.
So
he
suddenly
just disappeared.
So suddenly Seth stops talking in the chat, and then suddenly he jumps up on panels.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's an interesting thought.
I didn't realize the significance of that until you put it out there like that. But I think you might be onto something.
And that just makes me think that Seth is very much under somebody's control, right?
Well, that's what I think this guy does. I think he takes control of everyone's social media when it comes
Yeah.
to online. And the problem is, like, I don't think, I don't think he's doing it for money, Tony Mathis. At least not in the way that most people are thinking. I think he's doing it for fame. I think he wants to be famous. He wants to be on news. He wants to be respected or something like that. I don't know.
I agree. It's for his ego.
Yeah. But anyway, that's interesting. Anything else you wanted to see?
No, I mean, that was my main. I don't know, as I say, how far you guys got on this. And of course, every time he talks about anything that's said against him, he has an answer for everything, every single thing. However, he does point out things like they were misconstrued, or, everything is misconstrued or taken out of context, text,
Yeah.
right? So it's very odd with this fellow how he word things, and just his whole demeanor to me is there's something not right. But yeah, no, that's about it. I can jump off. It's fine.
No, you can stay on. Do it. Stay. Hey, are you going to hit the play button?
Yep. I'm cooking dinner while we're doing this. Sorry.
Okay. What do you
It
have?
was never monetized. I started that TikTok account.
Chicken Alfredo.
Ooh, I'll be over.
Cindy on TikTok helped me get that started.
Oh, I didn't follow that case, so I was just asking.
I built that account up to, I don't know, 9,000 or 10,000 followers. When I named it, Find Caleb Harris or whatever it was back then. When I quit representing Randy, my goal was to turn that TikTok account over to Randy. Randy told me to keep the TikTok account. He said, take Caleb's pictures off of it. He said, we don't want anything to do with any social media whatsoever. Well,
What?
I had a, at that time, I didn't have a We Are Sebastian.
I'm sorry, whose bank account's linked to the account? I just want to, there's a bank account linked to the social media. I'm a creator. I know I have a TikTok too. Whose bank account? Was it your bank account? There's a bank account.
There is no bank account attached to that
There's
account.
nothing. So the money that has gotten, was there any money raised? I don't know. I'm asking. So now my mind's like, dude, what the heck? Was there money raised on that? On that account, Tony?
No, ma'am. There was coins that were raised that I'm assuming. I'm not a guy that understands TikTok inside and out.
Same. I'm learning it too.
Yeah,
so I don't think I think you have to have so much to even cash it out. That'd be something really simple for you to go on your thing, screenshot, edit out whatever, like your name, whatever. But you can. That's an easy thing for you to show that you didn't cash out, just so you know.
Yeah, there's no bank account that's ever been attached.
Okay.
There is a coin balance on there, and I'll tell you what I did is when we got Sebastian's, when I ended up taking over that account because Randy didn't want it, I just changed it to my name. But what I did is there was a coin balance, and anytime I would go in anybody's lives that was doing a good job of covering Sebastian, I would buy those gifts with those coins and give them to the creators. But there's never been a bank account attached to it.
I didn't know we could do that. Okay, cool. I just learned something new.
Yeah,
okay.
You can
cool.
buy
You
like
can prove that, I think.
Nice to know. So the money that was sitting in there got redonated back to other creators like Kayla or the 3 a.m. girls for doing your dirty work. Just
yeah.
I mean, are these
myself, not a motherfucking friend? Because I'd really like to know. Did you pay the bitches to dox me out, Savage out, fucking JLR? J is for justice. I want to know.
Like, shouldn't that
fucker?
Yeah, like, are these like actual? Like, I'm not sure familiar with TikTok coins, but can you exchange TikTok coins for actual cash? I'm just wondering.
Yeah. I mean, eventually you get X number of that, and you can cash out if you're monetized.
So you're telling me that money that was donated to him to go to Caleb's, raise money for Caleb, didn't go to the family, but instead went to his next project to donate to people that he liked, so he could build a social media platform there. Oh my God.
That's disgusting.
That's exactly what it sounds like, B-Tim.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he didn't cash it out and say, hey, Caleb, I got like $1,000 or $500. I could give it to you, or I could donate to a charity of your choice. He just said, oh, let's just take these coins and just start donating them to people that will be my sycophants on this next project.
If that's what happened, that's just awful. How do you do that to a family?
I can't believe he admitted that on live stream. Like, oh, that's so bad. That's really bad. I don't know if that's a good thing to admit. Let me see. Not donate. Okay, let me see. Let's see what the hell is. Well, I gotta see if this was actually money that could be exchanged, man, because that's weird.
Yeah, I know nothing about TikTok at all, or coins, or what. I just don't know.
Like you have to buy these coins with cash.
Oh, okay.
Coins. I see. Like I can buy them. Let me see if I can earn TikTok coins. Now I gotta learn about TikTok.
But once you buy them, then you can give them, and the person that receives them gets a financial benefit out of them.
Yeah, like these are coins that the audience can probably like. It probably works like that. Other you like.
It's like stars on Facebook. You can
Yeah.
get or a super chat on YouTube. It's the same thing.
And didn't he get a lot of those when he did the Sebastian Rogers case?
Yeah.
Well, apparently he was feeding them right back out as fast as he was getting them in.
Well, and he knows more about this than he says, because later on he tells somebody in this little panel discussion that I'll give you a TikTok rose or a flower or something like that, to that extent. So he knows exactly what that is.
Yeah, I'm just like reading it. I'm trying to see what says here. If you are a TikTok creator, you can monetize your content by earning TikTok coins from your audience through live streams. Mostly, those coins can be exchanged for virtual rewards like diamonds, which can be cashed out for real money. So this thing can eventually, if you get a certain number of coins, you can cash it out. You might have to go through some extra steps, but it looks like you can cash them out. Coins allow users to purchase gifts for low price during the stream. They're going to amass these virtual gifts. They can exchange. So you use the coins to buy the virtual gifts, and then the virtual gifts, it looks like you can cash out for cash, and they can exchange them for real money. The act of sending gifts during the live stream triggers an on-screen notification visible to everyone. So this is actually like stuff that you can actually exchange for money. It's just like two separate steps. So you get the coins.
Yes.
Yeah, those roses are like a penny a piece or something, and you can go up and buy like different things. But
yeah.
I don't give a fuck what they make. I don't give a fuck about their money. I don't give a fuck about that. But if you're going and fucking donating money that you have for someone else that's a deceased person you were talking about, and you're donating that to motherfucking people to help you go after other motherfucking creators, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Because you're hired, that makes it look like you are compensating them to go after the person.
Like the $50. Get a steak.
Right.
Beat up the Bower Sox in the message. I don't know. It's not a good message to put. I'm shocked that no one asked him, like, why did you type in beat up Bower Sox in your Cash App for the steak?
It's a big fucking problem. Oh, Titanium, I heard you had an interview with Steven. How'd it go? I didn't get a chance to watch it, but did it go good? Did you have a good interview with him?
I saw a little bit. It was okay. I only saw like about.
Steven, he's not really that interesting. I have a hard time with, what I'm saying, keeping my attention for a long time. But it's,
Yeah, he's not like going to be insane like Tony Mathis, where he says 25,000 lies. it's usually just like some normal guy who basically has an interest in the case and wants to spread awareness, who probably got misled by a certain number of people in that situation, and needs to learn a little bit here and there about this platform. But he's not the guy full of shit like Tony Mathis.
Yeah, I watched part of it, and it seemed like it went really well.
All right, here we go.
Check your thing and maybe screenshot that, Tony. That'd be just a simple thing for you to be able to knock it out of there, right? But I want to hop down, but I did want to say I appreciate you talking to me and answering every question I've thrown at you. I do have many more, but in the chance we don't get to have a conversation again, a lot of us, our hearts are in there for Sebastian. Some of us are in different states. Some of us are in different countries. I'm in Saskatchewan, Canada currently. What can we do with you knowing more than any of us really? What can people like myself do to be productive of this case going forward?
I would say the biggest thing you can do is just hammer your area with flyers, because we don't know where he's at.
Even across all borders too, right?
It doesn't matter. Canada,
Okay.
Mexico, anything attached to the United States. I've put flyers in North Dakota. I put them in Wyoming, Montana, South Dakota. I keep them in my truck, and all of that. So.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you. If you ever want to run me debate, My email's easy to find. I'll throw it in the private chat there, but I feel we might not have another conversation because a lot of people will tell you not to talk to me, as you probably know and probably already been told. So I do appreciate you having a civil conversation with me. Appreciate
Absolutely.
that. Walking right into the lion's den, you sure did. So
No
credit
worries.
there. Thanks, Tony. Thank you,
Thank you,
Brittany.
ma'am.
Love you. Thank you.
Love you.
Well, I don't know who would have said that or who told her that, but
Well, don't you remember Bullhorn Betty hates Cher? They were fighting during.
oh
the
yeah, I do
tournament.
remember that now. Yeah, yep, I do.
And
Yeah.
chat was going after her too.
So, well, shit, I thought she was one of the only ones up there asking questions. I mean, fuck.
Yeah, no,
That's why.
yeah, exactly. Chat was going after her because they looked at that as an attack on Seth.
Oh God, yeah. I was gonna say there's a couple of screenshots here of Seth's comments here. I'm gonna pop these up real quick.
Oh, this is funny. He's like, I can't see. I'm blind. Like he's like, it's funny.
So this one right here says, it is not about anyone but Sebastian. Brittany, I didn't appreciate you hashtagging me in this. And you do realize that Tony has done a lot for helping spread the awareness of Sebastian. So that was one of his comments. That was like one of the first ones. And then here's another one. If you don't support me and my team, then I can't be here. Apologies for all that do support me in finding my son. You can check me out on my platform. Later, y'all.
Wow.
Yeah, wow. That's
Yeah, those were two comments that were left in the chat, in her chat.
Yeah, and it made her very nervous, of course, as you can imagine.
But see, was that maybe Tony? Where in the beginning, how you pointed out that it went boom, boom.
So these come up and go right back down. Okay.
Well, because Tony's
But
wonderful.
it's funny because Tony Mathis is like, she's trying to show the text, and he's like, I can't see, it's too small. I can't see it, and he starts like fucking having no clue what to say. It's fun. It's fun.
You. Okay, I just want to show you some of these, Tony, because this is just at least so you can see what I was talking. Where the screenshot.
I can't see
shared.
that, Brittany. I'm sorry, I'm on
Right,
the
I don't
phone.
know how I can make it any bigger.
I wouldn't
but-
be able to see it anyway. But are these supposedly texts?
Yeah, so these are text messages, and they're from. God, I can barely see it. I think it's Kayla TikTok and
Who?
a person named. Is that Kayla TikTok? You guys, it's hard to see it, but it's
What of
hold
them
on,
is Paris? Is it Paris?
It's hard to see.
It is.
I wish I could make that. I can't make it any bigger. Hold on, guys. Lord, I lost it. Hold on. They're basically, this is where they're talking about. Let me
Just give me the gist of it, Brittany.
back up. They're talking about.
Just give me jizz.
Okay, so basically they're saying that you started this group with the purposes of taking down JLR, Illuminati, Dolly Vision, JS for Justice, and Barbecue Lady. And then
Yeah, there was no group started with that purpose.
Hold on a second. This one. Hold on.
There was no
So
group
then-
started with that purpose.
So these, I guess this is where people are arguing. I don't even know because I'm not going to be able to read it up either. But you say that there was no group at all.
Oh no. Remember I said that we had a Facebook group of creators that supported Seth, and there was 3 people in that group that after there was a big blow up where they chased down a creator's mom and all that, they got sideways with some of the other folks in the group. Again, this was all going on in a subgroup that I was not in. I didn't even know that this live was going on, and they had this mom on there that I guess there was some essay involved in this woman's childhood, and I mean it got crazy, and they had a falling out, and it turned into a big pissing match, and unfortunately the 2 ladies that were the catalyst behind it, when they bounced, they tried to deflect to everybody else, but I mean they were on the ground literally digging into this woman's past, her background, her family. It was nasty. So my group was created with like-minded people that were out there supporting Seth, which is what I've done from day one. Tried to find creators that supported Seth and his team.
Right. Yeah.
And that hasn't changed. There's a reason that we are so close to Betty, because she supports Seth and his team. I tried to do the same thing on TikTok, but it got to where there was so many people that were fighting before I got there, and I didn't understand all the dynamics of that. And it just got to the point where I just you don't ever see me on a live anymore. I mean, I'll go in a chat and support somebody, but you don't see me on a live because it just got to where it was a complete shit show.
You don't have to go ahead. Yeah.
No, that's okay, Brittany. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask this question regarding Sebastian, being that you work with Seth. and you don't have to answer it if you're not comfortable, but what do you have a theory or a main idea of how, or maybe what you think might have happened to Sebastian? Do you think he ran away?
I will tell you that I had a lot of theories in Caleb's case because I was there from day one.
Yeah.
I have never had a theory with Sebastian. I was very late to the case. What I can tell you is what we know from law enforcement, that there was no proof that Sebastian ever walked out of that home on his own.
Yep.
And my mind goes a lot of different places when I hear that. But
yeah,
if I were to attack the mother and stepfather with no proof, it'd be no different than what's happening to me every day.
You're
absolutely
right.
I feel like it would be different.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing though, because I mean, and even for you, Jules, I feel like I can say this because some people would say that we attacked.
What?
What?
Who the fuck? Seth's team is just him and Tony. If you don't support Seth and Tony, then you can't. Is that what I'm getting? Because who's the fucking team? Who's his team?
Tony just said that people are attacking him every day. If he would be no better than attacking Chris and Katie than the people are that are attacking him every day. This is wild.
And then he says this bullshit like Del Prof that he ever left that house. Well, that's a motherfucking theory, sir. So they asked you for a theory, and you say that he never left the house. If he never left the house, then what is he, being buried somewhere in the house? I mean, what is your thought process, sir? You make no fucking sense. You have a theory. It's a stupid theory. You're dumb. And you've been blaming the mother constantly. You've been attacking her constantly. And now you're like, well, it'd be no different. It'd be no different than people attacking me, you know? Give me a break. This guy is so full of shit. I can't stand this guy. He's so fucking annoying. Like, he's the most annoying person here, man. And that's a lot. Like, he's just so fucking like a fucking jellyfish. Like, just like no spine. He just goes left and right. He just goes on with his fucking story. He's like, I'm being attacked. Sir, you've been attacking Chris and Katie for 15 months. Just now, you just stated an attack. You stated that Sebastian did not leave the house. What does that imply, sir? That implies the child was murdered in the house and then somehow was removed from the house. That is your thought. That's what you're stating. But you do this passive aggressive bullshit that gets to me. I just can't stand motherfuckers like this. I can't stand them.
It truly is insulting. It's insulting for him to think that he can get away with these lies. Like, we're just going to all fall for it. I can't stand that. I'm with you, Tim.
Look what Brent said. Look what Brent said. He said that he doesn't attack Katie, but no, he just pays Betty to go attack Katie.
Yeah, it's also like that's true too.
Yep,
and
exactly.
And this is a guy like, listen, if you have a theory that if you want to state that Katie did it and you think she did it, state it. But stop this fucking bullshit where you sit there and you pretend, he never left the house. Then that you're implying that, sir. Grow a motherfucking spine. And stop doing this behind the scenes with your group chats that you're now going to try to deny. And I'm sure more texts will come out there because you're a fucking idiot, Tony Mathis. Because you know what happens on this platform? I told you, your best friend can be your worst enemy on this fucking motherfucking platform. It's one thing I've learned. Unfortunately, I've learned this lesson. And those texts those group chats you've had with those people will come out. More people will see more of it coming out. And all those conversations that you had previously done before them with all these people, it will come out. And that's how it's going to be. So, honestly, I don't trust anything this guy says. This guy's a liar.
No, Tony Mathis is on a mission, and I agree with you. He's saying exactly what this group of people want to hear. He's backtracking on a lot of things. But if you look at what where are they playing? They have one outlet left, which is this one. And I guess what's her name? Betty. Right? Those are the two platforms they have left. Everybody has turned their back on them. So, and he knows that this is going to get talked about. This is going to get, a lot of airtime. And that's all he's doing. He's trying to maneuver this to not look bad. That's all.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I don't know why these people, Tony and his people, I don't know why they haven't figured out. You usually, what you put out in the world, you're going to get that back. It happens all the time. And all he is doing is insulting people and lying. And so people come at him negative, in a negative way. Just like someone was saying in the beginning, Seth was, seemed genuine and people were on his side and he was putting out a loving kind of energy. And that's what people gave back to him. Tony comes along with his negative energy and that's exactly what they get back.
Mm. And it's not just that it's negative energy, it's so childish.
It is, yeah.
It's very childish energy.
And I think like Shira pressed him a while ago. I'm not sure if it was earlier on. She pressed him about Taco. Like, why haven't no one looked into Uncle Taco? The guy acted like a complete wackadoo on multiple platforms. The guy talks about playing video games with Sebastian. And this guy jumps, and it's like suddenly when people start looking into Mr. Uncle Taco, he disappears. Just interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah.
I just don't get it. And you know what I mean? Like, it's just so fucking weird. And the thing is, like, what the problem is, I get, like, for instance, Angel Turner. Angel Turner case was a 15-year-old girl that went missing. She was found recently. But everyone was on Facebook accusing the father because he wouldn't make a statement. He was not a technological guy. He was a guy that just did not go on technology a lot. He kept quiet. But there were people driving by his house with Facebook videotaping the motherfucker and accusing him that he had something to do with Angel Turner's disappearance. And I'm like, that's the problem. And it turns out she's alive. She's safe. And the problem is everyone jumped to the conclusions that the parents didn't. The father didn't. And it's the same thing here. Don't jump to conclusions that parents have done something. Sometimes it could be something else.
Who was that you were talking about, Tim?
Angel Turner.
Angel Turner. Okay. Thank you.
Simple as that. I mean, unfortunately, people need to realize that it's not always the parents. Sometimes it could be other things. It could have ran away. It could have lured out, stuff like that. Unfortunately, people need to realize that they are not armchair detectives and that let the cops do their jobs and stop punishing people before they get convicted. Because this is what it is. It's punitive punishment against people that should not be punitively punished. Katie shouldn't be punished. Chris shouldn't be punished. Seth shouldn't be punished, to be honest with you.
Well, yeah, when we don't know, we don't know. I mean, it's just that simple.
Yeah.
Yes, you're spot on there. I mean, it's just, there's nothing there.
You guys know what Tony reminds me of? One of those people that you get in where you fit in. That kind of person, and he tried to get in where he fit into Idaho 4. It's just he wasn't really embraced with open arms. And I think, he was like, okay, I'm going to redirect myself. So he redirected himself on this case and found a spot for himself. And he's an opportunist. That's
good call.
In my opportunity. I mean, this is your opportunity.
Yep, he settled right in, didn't he?
Oh, he did. I just don't know what he's got over Seth to be able to speak for him in this way, or even if that was not Seth and he took his account to speak as Seth on a panel, like in chat.
Know what? I think a lot of times you get very friendly with people, and I think Mr. Seth Rogers might have said things that he probably does not want leaked out. Let's just say that much.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's in a very precarious situation where it kind of reminds me, the relationship between Tony Mathis and Seth kind of reminds me of a little bit of an abusive relationship where they get rid of all your friends, they make you alone, and then you're only dependent on them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of reminding me of that. He gets rid of all these other content creators except for the ones that he can use. And basically now Seth has to only rely on Tony Mathis.
Well, if his team is Tony, Seth, and Betty, you have a lot of people already going against you. Just those two as your teammates.
He does claim he has a private investigator that nobody knows who that is. That's not a person that's on these platforms. That's what he claims now. I don't know if that's true or not because we never heard of this person or or anything like that.
Delta's out there with his garbage truck or whatever. His
repo truck.
Repo truck. He's looking the streets.
Beep.
Well, and don't forget, Betty has her forensics guy, so that's part of the team.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And now the lawyer. I wonder if Delta's the lawyer.
Delta's the lawyer. He's the one that pretends.
I'm wondering because she said she got a $2,500 lawyer. I'm wondering if Delta's the lawyer.
Wouldn't that be hilarious if Delta fucking scammed her and took the $2,500? It's just disappeared.
That's why she's scrambling to get it paid back.
If Delta's your lawyer, you might have some issues. You might have some problems.
I just wish that whoever speaks about Sebastian Rogers wouldn't sit half naked on a bed. Quite honestly, that's very distasteful. Boy.
Yeah,
I agree.
But she is sitting on a bed with bed bugs as well.
Oh.
Well, I mean, that's besides the point. You're sitting there half naked, talking about a boy who's 15 years old, right?
I mean, it's still a step up over Tony Mathis.
Well, she hasn't gone that far yet, but I say it's the same shit, honestly.
Yeah.
Anyway, you want to play more Queen or?
Sure.
Yeah. But if you listen to my content, to Jules, and pretty much anybody that I affiliate with, it's not even really that we're accusing them of making Sebastian disappear. It's our critique of the way that Sebastian has been treated with the words that come out of their mouth, their omission. You know what I mean? Like spanking a child on the spectrum with a belt. I have a kid who's on the spectrum. First of all, I don't think you should, that kind of punishment should be inflicted on any child. But one who's on the spectrum, the man admitted that before his foot went in the door with moving in with Katie, Sebastian had to give away the two favorite pets that he had. The kid started losing everything he loved the minute that Chris Proudfoot came around. So
do I think that they probably know more than what they're letting on? I would say that that's a fair opinion. Do I think that Chris is a bad guy? Absolutely, I do. And I think he's a bad guy because I have personal experience with him and I don't like him.
Well, the fact that you will admit that you think he's a bad guy, you've got some respect from me.
You got that too.
It took me a while, Jules.
He is. In fact, on my videos where I was addressing this case, most of my commentary was on his behavior that he demonstrated to all of us to see. There wasn't much conjecture. There wasn't any accusation. It was, look, you are really presenting as a man who would be mistreating kids and women. So thank you for at least admitting.
Well, I can tell you right now, if I lived in a $600,000 house, I wouldn't be having a bunch of fucking pets either. So, for him what do you want to bring in, a snake and a cat? The snake's in the cage, so I'd rather have a damn snake than a cat pissing all over. Because once you get cat piss in your furniture and in your fucking carpets and shit, you can't get that shit out. I don't give a fuck what you say. That shit stinks.
Well, not only when you have that, but when you have cats, you have litter boxes and.
Well, yeah, like I said, you got this fucking. They moved into this nice ass fucking house. I wouldn't want a bunch of pets in there either. Sorry, not sorry.
Admitting that, I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I can't say much about Katie because unfortunately, I would have liked to have had a conversation with her. But you can't talk to her, as you've heard Seth say, without talking through Chris. And I never.
Which is controlling.
It is, and I got to hear her in the background, but never got to have a private conversation with her. So
Oh, Lauren, don't get me started on animals. I got a fucking shit ton of animals myself. I got fucking 3 birds, 4 dogs, a snake. My daughter's got 2 fucking dragon things. Shit, like I said, we got animals. But if I lived in a $600,000 house, I sure as fuck wouldn't have 4 or 5. Or I would have a special place for them. Like I would have them baby gated off to a certain spot. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
I ended up.
You can't block a cat off. Cats fucking jump. They jump all over. They go through. You can't fucking block a cat off.
Nope, you can't. I did that though. to Queen. And my mom said the same thing. You're going to bring all these animals in here? And I said, yes, I am. Yes, I am. But what I did is I got furniture that can be wiped down.
Right.
Vegan leather, not real leather. Hardwood, the hard floors. But yeah, you do. You have to make an effort to protect your house. So, yep. I had 5 terriers all at one time once.
Oh, fuck that.
I wouldn't go back and change it for the world. I loved them so much.
Cooter is right.
But they have 2 dogs.
Look, and he wanted to get a fucking Savannah cat, which cost between $2,000 and $10,000.
Oh yeah, those Bengal cats. Yep.
Yeah, I've got a couple of cats. They're both hairless. One's a Sphinx and one's a Bambino. So yep, and I love him so much.
If I ever had to get a cat and do boxes of shit again, it would be for a hairless cat.
Oh.
Yeah, if you ever have any questions on them, let me know. Because, gosh, I've had them started getting them about 15 years ago. So,
listen to this. Somebody told me, and I don't know if they want to be named or not, but they came to me and said, look, this young girl was like 14 years old, and she put her fucking phone number straight across the goddamn bottom of the fucking live stream.
What?
Oh, okay. So here's the thing, you guys. If you go to the shorts feed and then you hit the live button, you would not believe how many 13, 14, 15-year-old girls are on there just chatting away. And these girls are putting their phone numbers as a pinned comment.
On where? I'm lost.
On YouTube. What they're doing is on YouTube.
Oh,
what they're doing is they're saying that they're 18 so that they can have the comments and go live.
Oh my gosh.
Just like on TikTok, how they do. You know what I mean? Like how they do they set up accounts and say they're 18. You know what I mean? They're doing the same thing on here. Putting their fucking phone numbers out there. You can't tell me there's not some fucking freaks that we've seen on here. Fuck, we had Truthy, who, if he wasn't doxxed, nobody would know what kind of predator he really was. He fucking raped and sodomized a 16-year-old and then had the 16-year-old do it to another 16-year-old while he watched. He was arrested for it, outed. Thank God fucking, and I'll say this again, Critical K fucking outed his ass, and I'm so glad she fucking did, because we would have never fucking known what kind of a nasty motherfucking predator this motherfucker was, and he was involved in a fucking 14-year-old, 13-year-old little girl's case.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's wild.
He's like, she was over 18 and I only touched her boobs. No, you didn't, you motherfucking sick fuck. No, you didn't. That fucking police report says way different, you lying fuck. And it was disgusting. His name's Truthy. His real name's Michael, but he's fucking disgusting. He ain't been back on this platform since that I'm aware of. And then he faked unalived himself. Trigger warning.
Gosh.
Yeah, fucking nasty motherfucker. Truthy Magoo. Yes, Truthy Magoo.
Ugh.
Yep. Then he pulled a fake side. Tried to put out a whole ass fucking what the hell are those things? Obituary. Made an obituary of himself.
wow.
Put it out. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, didn't he was best friends with the Glare at one point?
Yep. Yep. And the Glare stuck up for him. Yep.
Yeah, he stuck up for her first and try to push that bullshit story about.
It wasn't until Annie went the fuck off. I mean, Annie was going to let the fucking wife come and stay at her house. Annie 10 to life. Annie 10 to life was going to let the wife come and stay at her fucking house. You hear me?
Yeah.
Let me say that again, why she's got 2 fucking kids. She was going to let this woman come and stay at her fucking house.
Oh, it was a female?
Jesus fucking Christ. His wife, yes, or his girlfriend or whatever the fuck, because they thought he really did die. Like, they thought he...
Yeah, and then basically they came back. He resurrected himself for the reason that he wanted to stop a GoFundMe scam or something that someone was going to do to his name. So he resurrected himself from the dead.
Oh my God.
And then it goes on a live stream being confronted by the Glare 10 to life, I think, and there was a third person. I seen the stream. And the guy is a real sicko piece of shit. Fuck that guy. I wasn't around back then, but I seen like the live stream from it.
Yeah, I was scrolling shorts.
No, Truthy Magoo. No, not that Truth. Truthy Magoo is not around anymore.
Truthy Magoo is not around anymore. He's not. He hasn't been around in a couple of years.
Did he die again?
No, he just went off the fucking platform, and that was it. That's where Mr. Nuts Broken Desk came from.
Did he not end up in jail?
Heard of that.
Yep. And then the lady went on and she goes, Glare, did you get played or did you play along? Oh, he was fucking pissed.
Oh my gosh.
So wait, did that guy not get sentenced or something for what he did?
Well, he did go to jail, but unfortunately in the United States, when it comes to these types of crimes, they don't jail you for a very long time. If you look at a lot of old cases, they sometimes they let you go a lot quicker than they should. Personally, I think a certain trip to a certain volcano would be probably preferable, but to take a first class dive in, but that's just a safe way to say it on this platform. But unfortunately in the United States, they give these people, in my opinion, slaps on the wrists. But that's just my opinion.
Well, I can say the other day I was scrolling shorts feeds and then I hit the live, because you've got that option across the top, and then you start scrolling and the next thing you find, especially on a Friday night, there are all these little 14 and 15-year-old teenage girls, and they pin their phone number in the comment. And it's
just like they do on TikTok. I didn't know they did it on YouTube. I mean, I knew that, like I said, I knew they did it on TikTok. I know they do it on Snapchat and shit like that, but I didn't know they were doing it on YouTube.
I had never seen it until the other day, and then it's everywhere. And all I could think was, oh my God, these girls have no idea what they're getting into. And like you can't control when it's in vertical format. You cannot control who watches you, where you come up, any of that. It's all pushed out there. And these are girls that are on camera. And if you click channel description, it'll say, hi, I'm Lily and I'm 14 years old. But I told YouTube I was 18 because I want to be able to have comments. What the fuck? Report. Sorry, you're not supposed to be on the adult side of YouTube. I urge all the other adults to do that if you find a minor that's got live streams going. Yes, Kathy, they think that they're safe because they're using text numbers. Well, the problem is that people don't realize that stuff can all be traced back. And the moment that, yes, and that's the other part of it. The moment that you check yes, that I'm an adult, and then you are caught like visibly on camera and you look 12, that's a problem.
Fuck yeah, it is. All right, here, we'll listen to a little bit more of this and then I'm not done with it.
My opinion is that, she holds the key, whatever that means.
Yeah.
But I can tell you, I have a strong opinion of Chris from personal experience, and it's not a good one.
Yeah. No, he's pretty well unhinged.
Well, he wasn't unhinged when I got done with him that night. I can promise you.
I need to write my thoughts down. I had a question. Forgot it. Oh, here we go. Justin just messaged me. Justin's phone died, so he's trying to let it charge. But we want to get you to say this because they keep saying that Seth was fired from his job.
No.
It says, please ask the question because chat keeps asking it. Was Seth fired 2 days after Sebastian went missing?
No, ma'am. He's waiting on a medical clearance, and he'll be back working at the same job.
That's what I thought. I also want to verify. Seth told me that Chris did not get him his job. Not that that's really important, but that's another thing.
Well,
like, I'm so tired of hearing.
I felt like that was important. I felt like that was important because I thought that was part of Christopher Proudfoot presented himself in a way that he was the masculine, manly man who took care of things, and that Seth needed him and his support. That Christopher came in and not only rescued Katie, but became super dad to Sebastian. Oh yeah, and I helped Seth too. And it was all bullshit. It was all just designed to make Chris look like maybe somebody he's not, right? But
Yeah, he also said, he got Chris a job.
yeah, he
got-
did. He did say that. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I can't even speak to that, guys, because that was well before my time. It's not something we've talked about. I can tell you the only reason that Chris and Seth had a relationship is they had one thing in common. They both wanted Seth to have Sebastian.
I went through. Oh, wait a minute. So Katie did too?
No, Katie did not.
Oh.
Yeah, Chris wanted Sebastian to be with Seth because he, he wanted him out of the picture. So,
Do
Seth,
you know why? Do you know why?
well, I mean, look, let's face it. I mean, the way he treated Sebastian, I'll use the word allegedly, as I've learned that you have to use on these platforms. But
yes,
if we believe that the neighbor was right about some of the things that he said, my biggest problem with him is not that he spanked him with a belt. I think that's a problem, but I got a problem with using the R word to describe Sebastian.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
That's
So that would be the biggest reason I think that he's not a good human.
right. It's absolutely it's horrifying is what it is. Is there any questions that chat has maybe that I can ask Tony, but I don't want to put or make him uncomfortable. So they're asking, can Dolly come up? Do you want to?
No, I have no desire to talk to Dolly.
Okay.
I've watched him crucify both of us and never even took a chance to get to know me, and we're too far down that path. If he wants to get a hold of me and talk in private, I'm glad to share my contact info with him. But I have no desire to talk to him in a public setting. But I will talk to him on the phone if he wants to have a conversation.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I
I respect that.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I felt like, well, I mean, I continue to feel that way, but all along I have felt like that maybe the Proudfoot family.
So that's where he denied Dolly then coming up right there.
By the way,
Okay.
Season, you got Season donated $100. You also got 5 memberships from Little Shoe.
Holy shit.
No, that's what I was thinking when I saw it. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, what the hell? I didn't even see that, but thank you so much. Oh my God. Seasons, thank you so much.
Generous. That was so
Yes,
nice.
that is awesome. Thank you so much. Little Shoe gifted 5 memberships. I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting the Hive, babe. Stereophonics Mom, you're all amazing. Queen of the Hive. Let's see. Sluice Investigate. Come on. Beats him. At least say Pooter. It's close.
Pooter. I'll say Pooter.
Yay.
Yeah,
There we go.
You got
There we go. You say Pooter. Okay, well, at least it's close enough to Cooter. There we go.
It is.
Yeah, it's close enough.
You passed.
Damn, man.
But
I appreciate that. You're gonna have fucking people so goddamn mad that you guys are donating memberships and fucking money over here. They're gonna fucking start up their fucking live streams here in a little bit.
Yeah.
Queen Bee got donations. She got some super chats. Some fucking live stream about it.
How dare you guys support Queen Bee?
Fucking bitch.
By the way, can I just say before I jump off here, it was on your panel, Queen, that Chris came on. That was the night I was on as well.
Yeah.
And that's when he said about the job that he found he never said that he got him the job. He said he saw that job and he told him, why don't you apply? Remember? He never claimed that he got him the job. You remember that conversation, don't you? I mean, I know it was
I
late
really
in the
don't.
night.
To be honest with you, I don't remember if it was he told him about the job or he got him the job. I don't remember specifically, but I can ask. I will ask and see. You know what I mean? Just to clarify.
He never said that. He said that he found it and told him to apply for it, and then of course Seth did, and he got the job.
That's kind of what I remember as well. Yeah.
And he
Did you guys
encouraged him to stay at it.
Did you guys see this post that was put up and it says, Terry, the Bower Sox are absolutely pressing charges against Bullhorn Betty and Tony Mathis for stalking and harassment. Bullhorn Betty has been receiving money and financial assistance by Tony to harass the family. Tony and Betty have been communicating with each other in email, phone, and text. Seth Rogers gave Betty all the Proudfoots and Bower Sox cell phone numbers and emails. Betty has been harassing them using apps. Bower Sox are terrified of Betty and Tony. The Sumner County sheriffs are waiting for Betty and or Tony to come to Tennessee. Possible arrests and warrants are coming soon.
Where was this posted?
This was in the Mysterious Facebook group, the Mysterious Links Facebook group or something.
Wow.
If that happens, like they go like Tony Mathis is not going back to Tennessee. I don't think he's going back. I think he's going to skedaddle away. But if Betty goes there and that happens, I'm gonna laugh my ass off. I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna be like, man, you fucked up. Enjoy. You don't know who you're messing with. I'm Bullhorn Betty. You don't know who you're messing with. I'm a big shot in Manatee County Board Selection Board. I'm Bullhorn Betty. I'll get all my 5 people to protest this precinct to get me out, and I'll have Sonya make those shitty shirts. Free Bullhorn Betty. You know, that's going to be the case. Make sure to join the coffee club to get Betty some commissary money.
Oh, my natural nail broke and it hurt. Look.
There's someone's la 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 la. But I'm Bullhorn Betty, and
Bullhorn Betty.
I'm Bullhorn Betty, and I'm truly.
All right, I mean, I was like, what the fuck they say, Bullhorn Betty? What's the happen?
Well, we were trying to make sure that
I didn't realize I was unfucking muted, and I just screaming. I'm like, what the fuck is going on over here? Got my attention, shit.
I'm glad you came back and I didn't have to do that for like fucking 10 minutes. Like,
they're over here just having a jazz battle.
Just like trying to just block every sound. Just immediately people log in and be like, why is the voices and beats him just beep bopping for 10 minets?
They're skedaddling. Oh, wait. What is that? Scatting. We're over here scatting, not scatting. Jazz scatting.
Yeah, that's what Skip to my Lou said, scatting.
Somebody said Bullhorn Tony.
Oh, no.
Bullhorn Tony. Bing bong.
I like that.
Yeah, this was in that group that JLR and them run. There's a post, and this is the post from that group.
Wow,
Golf
crazy.
Inspector, thank you for coming up. I really appreciate that. Thank you for hanging out. I will check on that though and ask, because she said when she was talking, she said that he said he got him that job, but he said he did not get him that job. He found that job and told him to go apply for the job. Is that right?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
That's what I remember too. And he really was encouraging him.
And then there was at one point they helped encourage him because Seth wanted to quit. And they were like, no, man, like your son is proud of you. Look what you are. Look what you're doing, right?
What was that lady's name that was up here?
Golf Inspector.
Golf Inspector. Okay.
I don't see her in the chat too much. So I'm not sure if she just doesn't type or if she just pops the link and comes up and hangs out.
I love that she stayed after she said that, what she wanted to say.
She was up here with us that night when we talked with Chris and Katie.
Yeah, that's what she was saying. And she remembered, she was saying that, basically he said that they encouraged him or whatever to get the job, but Chris did not get him the job.
Yeah. So can we list the things that Mr. Tony Mathis has so far admitted to that could be wrongdoing? Paying someone to harass someone, $50 for a stay. Possible misappropriation of funds that should have went to the Caleb's family or donated to what they said, given to content creators to possibly dox out content creators. Fishing for getting people's IP address from the dog charity that's supposed to be a neutral place, but apparently a friend of his works there at the IT or whatever. I don't know. What else? His multiple lies. I mean, he just lied continuously. I mean, anything else you want to snitch on yourself, Tony? We're all ears. Yes, I like to snitch on myself some more.
He's not got a contract, but he's under contract with.
Yeah, he has a contract, but he doesn't have a contract, but he has a contract.
Yeah. But there's no money or anything.
Yeah. It's like I'm not on Earth, but I'm walking on Earth.
I'm walking on sunshine. Whoa.
Yeah, that will be the next filing, Queen. Queen Widow. That will be blamed on her. I got arrested and trying to save the children. Trying to save Sebastian. Evil Queen Bee runs the whole state of Tennessee and Illinois and Georgia. And she runs, and also she runs Dolly Vision, JLR, all these channels. She runs every single channel.
Heard she's trying to break in the Florida scene too.
She's like, makes you sound like you're the fucking biggest person I've ever seen. You control 3 states, all these YouTubers.
I mean, and I'm the almighty powerful. Come on now, man.
Tell your kids that. Like, be like, you know what, kids? This is crazy lady that believes I run like 3.
Oh, I already called them non-existent. I said, look, you guys are non-existent in the eyes of some of these folks. All right. Like, what's that mean? I was like, you guys, I don't even have you. I mean, I don't even have.
Oh, you got like a bunch of memberships, by the way.
What happened?
You got like a bunch of memberships.
Yeah, lots of memberships.
What the fuck, you guys? See, I'm over here on another page just shooting the shit. Not paying a bit of attention, dang it. You guys got me over here. You over here showing love and shit. Oh, fuck. Here goes another 5 streams on us now.
Yeah, it's going to be.
I know, right?
Lost Mother 1 gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, babe. 505 Things is a new member. I appreciate that. Firefly gifted 10 memberships and Katie K gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, y'all. It's 30 stinking memberships in a row.
Oh my God.
You get a membership. You get a membership. You get a membership, baby.
Dude, that is good for at least 5 live streams. Thanks, guys.
Yes. Queen Bee over there being tragedy pant. People are giving her super chats, so she's talking about Seth and Tony.
That was a good voice, actually.
It was.
Actually, that's pretty good.
That stupid old voice is that dumbass B Tim.
Oh my God.
I don't know what the fuck.
Rowena, you know she pays for her spot. Rowena pays for her spot. You look how stupid Rowena pays for her spot. Michelle, I'm gonna need you to pay me, okay? I'm gonna need you to pay me for your spot up here tonight.
I know. I'm not on celery.
You owe me $6.99 for sitting up here on this panel for 3 hours, 4 hours, okay?
That's a discount.
Shit, I want that rate.
Wait a minute.
Shit.
I pay a lot more for that than oh my
I was gonna
God.
say B Tim's been covering my pay for up here for I don't know 3 to 4 months now. I don't know. I'm broke ass hoe. I don't know.
I did seasons. She did a $100 or $99 super sticker. I did. I told her thank you for it. I appreciate that. That's awesome, man. I appreciate it.
You know, that's what happens when you treat people fairly and let them have a voice. And it's amazing what happens when, you know they can come up here and voice their opinion and not get attacked for it. And that's what other people need to take note.
Yeah, you guys know what? Listen, I have, I'll tell you what, I don't know. I'm about 500, close to 500 subs off of making 20K. So, I mean, thank you for talking shit. The more you talk shit, the more it drives people over here to check out what you're talking shit about. So you're growing the fuck out of my channel every night.
Listen, you're picking at me. You're leaving somebody else alone because I really don't give 2 fucks what you have to say about me. I'll throw McNuggets at you.
Don't make nuggets at people. That's gonna be the next live on
McNuggets.
That's perfect.
That reminds me of Tiff at the fucking coffee shop or whatever the fuck when she threw that fucking
coffee,
bitch, tossed.
Yeah, BHB's gonna be fucking pissed because now you guys are over here buying cars and shit for me. Look at this. Holy hell, look at me stealing stealing Christmas gifts from these poor folks.
No Christmas for me. Oh shit.
She said her subs went out of their way. They didn't even have Christmas. I heard Granny, the clip of Granny's watching saying, who the fuck went without Christmas to send Queen Bee money? I'm gonna need you to step up. Get the fuck out of here,
She's
man.
the Grinch. Mrs. Grinch. I feel like the Grinch.
No diapers, no formula, not even a orange and a hard piece of butterscotch candy in a stocking. Y'all just gave till there wasn't nothing left to give.
That's right. Out here stealing the kids' Christmas and shit. Old tragedy, pimping ass.
Oh my God.
No. Y'all see that Queen BB up there saying super chats and memberships is making everybody mad. So the dum-dums will send their money. That'll be the next thing. I ain't mad at it. I don't even talk about it every night.
I just got this spreadsheet of all the super chats and names of every single person that's donated.
Spreadsheets.
Well, I know somebody's got it. I know somebody's got them links to all them PayPals. I want it. I need it. And you need to send it to me now.
On December 25th, Rowena donated 10 memberships. And another one donated 20.
Before long, people are going to start donating like body parts. Like I'll give you a kidney.
You got that. Yeah, that's. Anyway, Queen, I'm gonna skedaddle. I got work tomorrow. I got work at my non-existent job. Apparently.
What are you talking about? You're like on retirement and like 85 years old, looking like Father Methuselah over here.
Yeah. Actually, the truth is, I'm gonna go to the local park and I'm just gonna sit there and feed the pigeons while I contemplate my existence. Yep, that's the truth.
You're gonna go beat some little kid in chess, ain't you?
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna play chess with random people in the park. Yeah, absolutely. It's not that I have a job that I have to wake up for and go downtown Manhattan, deal with annoying people. I'm sure that'll be fun. Anyway, Queen, I'll see you.
Have a great day.
Hi, Tim.
I'm just waiting for Queen to say hi. I don't want to jump off, but leave you hanging without her being there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm back. Well, I got shit I gotta get done too. I just been stagnating, fucking with you guys. You know what I mean? I know I gotta get shit done. And you're celebrating Betty's entire football team. Woo! It's not a stupid chat. Because I mean, if she, it wouldn't be anybody's business if she banged the whole football team. That's all she said to the judge.
She's so classy.
I was like, "Are you serious?" Shit.
All right, beautiful people. I'm gonna hop down. Thank you so much, Queen. My bird has been quiet long enough, and so
Yes, she did good though. You know what? She did really good. I appreciate that.
But thank
Give
you
her
so
some
much.
treats once you get off there. Give her some treats.
I'm going to for sure.
All right,
Thanks,
baby. Have a
guys.
good night. Thank you for hanging
too.
out.
You bet. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out, baby. I know you had to get going for grandma and stuff. I mean, like I said, I think you're doing a really. I know it's fucking tough sometimes because I did it with my aunt. The one that.
Yeah.
Her hips all fucked up. The one that I don't have. You know what I'm saying?
You don't have and didn't.
Yeah,
raise
that
you,
one.
and
The
is
one
it
that
your
has
mom?
X-rays and shit that she actually talked to.
Right. Yeah.
A fucking mess, man. People are fucking.
I appreciate you saying that because there's a lot of days
but you are doing very nice. I mean, I got to give you kudos for it because it is fucking hard. I mean, it is hard to be fucking non-stop for somebody else all the time.
Well, you know what? There was one point in my life she was nonstop for me, so
that's
I'm
right.
just doing the right thing and paying her back.
That's right. And you know what? We were probably bad as fuck when we were little.
Oh, I was so fucking spoiled.
She ain't even giving you what you gave her. You know what I'm saying? Maybe she is. Okay, maybe she is.
You have heard, you guys, A, you've heard her, and B, she is still going. Like,
she said, you guys are all stupid.
If her driver's license wasn't expired, she'd be trying to drive. No joke. She has taken the keys.
I know you ain't joking. I know, because I'll tell you right now, I'm gonna be fucking hot when they try to take my license, bitch. I'm gonna be mad as fuck.
Oh hell, I'd gladly give it away. Like I love to drive, but we live in an area where there's a whole little group of elderly people that go out together every day. The bus goes around, picks them up, takes them to their first stop, takes them to their second stop, takes them to the senior center for lunch, stops at the library, and then takes them home. There's a whole little group. Like, I just got to get her like comfortable with those people. Anyway, I so appreciate you guys. I'll try not to throw nuggets at anybody anymore, but whatever.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Well, it severely limits my options for fast food in this town. So it looks like it's Taco John's till I get pissed off. So anyway,
Well,
have a
you know
good
what?
night.
It's a good thing they have the bombest fucking or what are those potato
Olay.
with
Yes.
extra seasoning? They are the fucking bomb. No, I did not see. T-Rev's got a new short. Oh, fuck. We'll talk shit about that in the morning. I'll see y'all in the morning. I'll catch y'all in the morning. We're gonna have a live in the morning. I might do, you know what? I might even, if I don't know, we've been on here for a while, but I got this new, I'm going to be on my other channel, The Hive, and I'm going to start doing the Queen Bee Unbuzzed every night. Probably every night this week. We'll do one every single night. Got my thumbnails ready and everything. So I'll catch y'all on the flip side. Have a good night.